on him, you think?
I don't think it was a rib. I think it's he probably wanted to do it for Taker.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
gimmick.
What's good evening,
I
everybody?
always
How
feel
is
like I
everybody
need to
doing?
take care of him.
Evening.
What up,
Hello.
coach? How are you?
Hello.
Good seeing everybody. I hope everybody had a great weekend. Watching some Survivor Series, some Farewell Undertaker, and maybe some football, huh? What do you guys think? You think Undertaker this is a legitimate retirement, or you think he's gonna be like Ric Flair, or maybe it's not. I think Ric Flair
Maybe
gets a lot of the crap, but I think it's a lot of wrestlers kind of do it, retire and come back, right?
Maybe he's just coming back for WrestleMania, like
I
always.
don't think he wants to wrestle anymore, but I think Vince will wheel him out whenever he needs to get the ratings up.
Maybe, I guess, huh? Reyes says no. This is probably it for him. I mean,
maybe
he's up there in age, huh? I mean, I got to be honest, taking these bumps, can't imagine some of the stuff that he does, and even to wrestle at the level that he does. I mean, it's really fantastic. But yeah, Willie, go ahead and speak on it.
one thing I was just maybe I'm just reading too much into this, but they just kept saying goodbye to the Undertaker. Not like Mark or not like everyone else. They kept saying goodbye to the Undertaker, because he's been wrestling more than 30 years, right?
Yeah, I
Like
think
I thought,
so.
and
Yeah.
so they're saying 30 years of the Undertaker, goodbye the Undertaker. Vince, they didn't say, oh, that's, so Mark's friend. They said that's the Undertaker's friend. And Kane came out in gimmick, and so I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
we might
Mark will
still.
be the he'll be the commish tonight on Raw.
You never know, right? Maybe he'll take a job like on Fox and be an analysis for pro wrestling. I don't know. I don't think he has to, but I know to wrestle this long, I know you gotta really love it. You gotta really love it to really pull him back in. A lot of the times where I don't know, I thought he's probably been retired a couple of years, but I guess this is the official one. So, but man, that is a. I got to be honest. When I was it 12 years ago doing extra work for WWE, and I remember being at SmackDown, and you would just see when Undertaker just started talking. He was sitting in the corner. I remember vividly. He was sitting in the corner of the ring, and he just started talking. And I think he was talking to the development talent that they had on hand. But really, just like flies to a light, everyone was just really got really attracted to the corner that he was in, and everyone just kind of really stopped what they're doing. Obviously, not the production people or anything like that, but any of the wrestlers, workers, agents, referees, everybody from all levels, all different contracts, just went over and said, "Taker's talking. Let's go hear what he has to say." And I think everyone kind of had that in their head, like. No one had to say, "Hey, Taker's talking. Let's go over there." It's just we knew, hey, this is probably some information that we want to receive. We see everybody taking it in. But yeah, just a plethora of knowledge for the Undertaker, and no serious injuries. Hey, and I did see somebody post about how right my probably my least favorite part of WWE wrestling or WWF wrestling was probably like the 92 or 92 to 95 where they're doing Mantar, Man Mountain Rock. I think the Goon came out later, but they're doing all these wacky. They're doing TL Hopper, the plumber, and in that group is also the Undertaker. These wrestlers with these obscure jobs. Duke the Dumpster Drosy was in there also, but yeah, just he lasted the test of time with what was given to him. Right? Maybe many other people might have said, really, the zombie? You want me to be the zombie in the era of Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair and Terry Funk? And someone could have probably shit on it and probably not given it their all, But Undertaker or Mark Calloway really like dug down deep, and gave it his all to that character. Who knows? Maybe if Mantar did the same thing, it would have been maybe the same outcome. I don't know. We could easily say, oh hell no, not Mantar. But I think Undertaker could easily say today, if he wasn't who he is today, we'd say, yeah, no way that zombie gimmick would work or would be legendary, iconic. I mean, there's so many words that you could say about the Undertaker. But yeah, he really kind of delivered for what was thrown his way. And sometimes that may happen in pro wrestling, right? We talked about just getting your foot in the door. And sometimes you got to do it. Right? Hey, I'm going to be the goon, with 5-inch lifts on my pro wrestling boots to portray this hockey character just to get my foot in the door to maybe I could do something else. Maybe I'll be the ringmaster in order to get to Stone Cold Steve Austin. So you got to do what you got to do sometimes and make the best out of it. And I think the Undertaker made the greatest out of it, out of the Undertaker itself. I mean, I know there's so many fans coming up. I think that was in one of our questionnaires in Santino Brothers, who's your favorite wrestler? And Undertaker was probably one of everybody's favorite out there. So I watched about 10 of your promos. 10 people submitted their promos. Happy and sad or excuse me, not happy and sad, happy and angry promos. I thought Matt did a really great job, really knocking out of the park. I thought maybe in the happy promo, you could have got away with it without the cheesiness at the end. I think you winked and you did a full point to yourself. But I think you still would have been able to get the point across without adding that in there. And I thought that you did a really tremendous job at that. Um, I put pointers for everybody that I watched the promos. What I thought maybe overall on these promos, and Coach Bob just entered the room right now. And Bob, what we're talking about is, so we've done about 2 days on character or promos, and actually no character. I left all the character for you because you're the character guy. Yeah,
All for me?
yeah, look at him.
Oh.
But yeah, so what I've been working with them on is just cutting, make sure being able to hit 60 seconds, and then speaking from the heart, and then I gave them homework on 2 different emotions, happy and angry emotion, and so I was actually reviewing them, and I think overall, for the most part, I want to maybe see. Right, we're coming from the heart, and I totally get it. But I want to now. This is pro wrestling. I want to see you like turn up the volume a little bit, turn it up a little bit. Right, walk that. What I wrote in there a lot for a lot of people is walk that fine line of reality and pro wrestling, and find the medium ground in there to where, right, because it is pro wrestling. So I want to see if it's happy. I want to see you look happy, and I want to see the facial expressions and happy. And if you're angry, I want to see you be angry. Because it is pro wrestling. Hey, maybe in your real life and really in the deep down in your heart, maybe that's not you. But now I need you now to. We talked about X-Pac turning it on. I need you to turn it on these promos. And with these promos now, this is also for you. If you want to keep submitting, I'll keep giving you feedback on them. I'd like you to add, and I know Bob's going to give you a tremendous more amount of homework also. But even on your own time. Yeah, tons. But practice on different emotions that you can come up with. I think I saw a lot of intensity emotion more than maybe happy. And I think a lot of it drives home with, right, your facial expressions, the believability in your eyes. When we could see your eyes, it really drives home who's mad, who's not, who's happy, right? We're all wearing the mask. And I think I talked about last week, Darwin had said, I wish no one was wearing masks. I can't see when people are smiling. And I told him we could see your smile through your eyes, because I believe I can. I can see people's smile or their anger or their distrust right through their eyes. So I think, and that's what we're really trying to do, is just really figure out how to drive these emotions. Then when we have 4 or 5 different, 6 different emotions, now let's put them all in one promo and see if we can drive 6 different emotions in one promo. And when you get to that point, that you start getting a lot better at your promos, right? You're already about the 60 seconds. Like now I have to hit it. Day one, Bob, they were like the 60 seconds, trying to fit everything in 60 seconds. That was so hard. But I think now, man, the second ones, I think maybe 3 seconds over, 5 seconds over. So they're hitting it now. That's now second nature. And I want the emotions to become second nature when Coach Bob starts talking about the character and the personality. And he's got all these exercises for everybody to do and to try out. But this is Coach Bob, aka Halston Body. I want to take the time to introduce him right now. And then I want to go back and maybe talk a bit about your promos. I want some feedback from you on your promos and what you guys thought. But this is Coach Bob Halstenbody. He started with us probably about 3 years ago now. Is it 3 or 4? 3 years ago now, Bob. And he started in our advocates class, and we never had an advocates class. We always had people asking about wanting to be referees or commentators or announcers. And so we finally did a class, and Bob showed up, and Bob was really incredible right from the get-go. And I could tell because then Bob, I said, I always would look at him every time in class, and I'd say, he just looks familiar. But I don't know, maybe a lot of people look familiar. And I don't know, one day we got to talking, or whatever the case was, he was telling me he was on this TV show that I watched, this food truck race TV show. And I specifically remember you because I remember talking shit about you, saying, oh, no way this team's going to make it with their flying the flag, trying to get people there. And little did I know, fast forward, I was going to be working with Bob, and he was going to bring his sign waving and his dancing and his character and his larger-than-life attitude here to Santino Brothers Wrestling. And I just thought it was a great story to just see Bob. And I said, you look so familiar. I don't know. I think, Bob, you went through a couple of things that you've done. And I said,
I may have been on TV a couple times. Maybe.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Coach Bob, he does. He's Halstenbody. Started him with Dom Kubrick over here at Santino Brothers, and he's quickly making a name for himself over at Championship Wrestling from Hollywood and Primetime Live. Managing Heather Monroe, who is also at Santino Brothers, and I think that they make a great duo. But without further ado, I want to go on and say hi to everybody, Coach Bob, and everyone say hi.
Hello. I feel like I'm semi-familiar with. I see some familiar faces. I know Kristen. I know Hyde. I've seen some. I know Joseph. I've seen you guys around, and all the other people. I've seen your promos, so I already kind of feel like a little bit of knowledge of who you are because I've seen some flavors and tastes out there of what we're doing promo-wise. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Joey is accurate. I came into Santino Brothers just a little over 3 years ago with a class of 15. And out of the 15, actively, I believe there's like 4, maybe 5 if I'm stretching people that are still involved in the wrestling world in just a scant 3 years. Now, mind you, in that class, some of the people dropped off early because the minute we started exercising, they ran out the door and said, I can't do this. Because they're like, well, I just want to talk. And I'm like, okay. And then they're like, hey, guess what? We're doing push-ups. They're like, see ya. So the road has not been easy. If you know Adnan Karishi from Championship Wrestling from Hollywood and New Japan and Primetime Live, he was in our class. Alyssa Marino, who made it to NXT and is currently on Primetime Live and has worked with Hollywood, she's all part of it as well. So if you've seen these familiar faces, these are part of my class. I came in under the guidance of Sarah Wolf, who now works she's Volcana. She works out of Las Vegas. She worked with me at a place called Loot Crate. And one day she came in to work with me and she looked like she had literally been hit by a truck, like aching and moaning as she's like trudging through the hallway slowly. And I was like, Sarah, what's going on, girl? Are you okay? Do you need something? Like, are you okay? She literally looked like in pain. And she just goes, oh, wrestling school. I was like, oh my God, that's terrible. Wait, what? Tell me about this wrestling school. And long story short, she told me about this manager, character, referee, production, all the jobs other than the wrestling class at Santino Brothers. And this is the hope spot for anybody who is questioning themselves based on their age, ability, what they think they could do, what internal shortcomings, or their brain is telling them that I am to this or not enough of this. My 44-year-old carcass said, I want to do this because my 17-year-old carcass wanted to do it when I was 17. But my parents said, you're not running off to the circus, you're going to college. And that's a longer story, but 27 years later, kids, yours truly is doing the thing that his 17-year-old getting out of high school self wanted to do. So if there's moments in your life that you think, I won't be able to do this, just wait. You might have to wait 27 years, or you might not. It depends on what you put into it, or how bad do you want it. Joey, I'm sure has said that already at least once. How bad do you want it? There's a lot of lazy folks in wrestling. I've met them all. I'm sure I will meet more. There are half-assed dedicated people who will let things get in their way to achieving this dream that we all call pro wrestling. So if you ever need a moment of inspiration, or if you need to remind yourself why you're doing this or what you want to get out of this, write this down for yourself. What does my 14-year-old fan of wrestling think about this decision? What does the 14-year-old inside of me want to get out of it? Like, what? You got to remind yourself that internally you're a fan. And I'm sure that internal fan does not want you to give up. So if you need that moment during classes, after classes, you're wandering the desert of pro wrestling and you're not sure what you're doing or what to, just keep reminding yourself that 15-year-old is believing in you. The one that still believes in The Undertaker, the one that fanned out the first time they saw insert wrestler here do this insert wrestling thing that blew your mind and changed your perception of wrestling. Holy crap, what is this? So that's my story. I got in and I put in the work and I showed up and I went through not only just manager, commentator, referee class, but then I decided to be bold and try to take wrestling class. And I got through 9 weeks of wrestling class before I had a personal issue that I had to take care of, that it was not allowing me schedule-wise to come into class. So if you are hurting because that workout sucks, or if you don't know if you want to get up and do those squats that day, just remember there's a 47-year-old that's beating you at this. No, but I mean, think about that. There are people that will give up before you will. And if you just keep doing it, things will happen. I am walking and living proof of this. If you just keep your eye on the ball and your eyes on the prize, somehow you will manage to end up doing the thing you love and the thing you're signing up for, right? So one thing I definitely want to talk about, and this is something that will translate into how I am teaching about character and personality and how that translates to wrestling character and TV and all the things that you're supposed to be doing in this business. You do things out of life. And this is something I philosophize with. You do things in life either out of love or out of fear. Okay? There are some gray areas, yes, but for the most part, you do things because you love them. I play video games because I love to play video games and I love finding that new game and I love doing that. Or you do things out of fear. And it's not always morbid horror movie fear. It's not, I'm scared shitless and I can't do it because I have a fear of heights and I don't want to go on that roller coaster. You talk yourself out of doing things because you say things based on a fear of the unknown. Right? You say things like, and you've said these phrases before in your life. I guarantee everybody in this room has said this at least once in their life. I want to do this thing, but I'm afraid to. And again, it's not mortal fear. It's not, I'm afraid I'm going to die. It's, I'm afraid it's not going to end up the way I picture it ending up. I'm afraid it's not going to get to the place I want it to be because it's this unknown. It's this dark tunnel that you can't really see the end of. So you give up because you're afraid it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go or whatever. But if you just keep your needle towards the love, I love pro wrestling and I love where this could lead to. And I love the idea that I could actually be backstage at a wrestling show. And I love the idea that I could actually not pay admission to a PCW Ultra show one day because I volunteered to do ring crew and carry chairs. And I get to hang out backstage with the cool wrestlers because this is what I'm signing up for. You keep your needle towards that love side and remind yourself, I love pro wrestling and I love what I'm doing. your perception of where you're going and what you're doing will be on the up. I almost guarantee it. But if you keep going, I don't know if I want to do that show because I'm afraid it's going to be a crappy backyard, or I don't want to perform at that show because I might be working against this guy I don't like and he's stiff, and like you'll talk yourself out. Your brain naturally will talk yourself out of things because of fear. And again, not morbid. I'm scared of people fear. It's like I literally deal with people on the day who are afraid to talk to people. I'm afraid to talk to this restaurant for a refund. Like, I mean, like literally normal human, I'm afraid to talk to people. A manager friend of mine from Pennsylvania is not afraid, but intimidated, afraid of Joey because he was a Joey Chaos mark and he loves XPW. And he's like, Chaos, you're training under Chaos? Fuck. And he's got this like slight intimidation fear of Chaos. But I'm like, I know that guy, Joe, that guy? What a pushover. Come on, don't be afraid of him, right? But people naturally, I dealt with this as a stand-up comic. Fun fact, I was a stand-up comic for 8+ years. During this time, I noticed there are some people that I thought were my friends, or at least I thought I was in a friendship circle with, that were acting weird and weren't hitting the ball back communication-wise with me. And I soon found out it's because they were intimidated by me. Not because they were scared. They were like, you're a big stand-up comic and semi-famous and people kind of know you and you're on stage and blah, blah, blah. So it's intimidating. Do you see where this is going? Again, you got to get rid of that fear. You got to get rid of those fear bubbles that will prevent you or cause you not to do the thing that you love. And if you love pro wrestling, you're in this class, right? Right? You're not just here just because you're bored on a Tuesday night. You have nothing better to do. COVID, I might as well just stay indoors and hear some grand tales about how to be a wrestling character. No, you want to do this. I hope Joey's not just taking your money because you want to just be entertained. I want you to get in, right? So let's talk about that. One thing I also want you guys to know moving forward, and people who have heard this before, sing along with the hits. Always be learning. What does that mean? That means always take in knowledge. Even if you don't have to use it right away, even if you don't need it right now, even if it's not pertinent to something that's happening right now, just soak knowledge from people. It's some of the most invaluable information I've received have been just shooting the shit backstage with fellow wrestlers. And it's not because I'm picking their brain trying to get somewhere and trying to needle my way in and be like, so tell me about this WWE you've been in. I want to know how you get contracts. That's not the conversation. It's just shooting the shit about character or matches, and they'll tell you things and they'll share little moments of like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's interesting. Or they'll tell you how much they love your character and they want to like share with you like, oh, you should do this. And while it may not work right that moment, put that in your pocket like it's like a Zelda bag of holding or something. Like just hang on to these pieces of information because you never know when they're going to be needed. Okay? So don't, even if you know it's bad information, even if somebody is sharing with you something they think is just, this is how it is, there's no need to just knock it out of the park because sometimes the lesson is don't do what that dude's doing or saying, right? Does that make sense? So you may get people in the business that will share with you things that are, or they'll do things that they think are what's the right thing to do. And you know your instinct is pinging off the charts going, don't act like that. Don't do that. That's rude or that's bad behavior or whatever. That's the lesson in it itself, right? Watch what people do that are dumb and you're like, don't do that because look what happened. Does that make sense? Excellent. All right. Another big goal that I want, the overall blanket goal that I want everybody in this class to just latch onto is stretching your imaginations. Stretch the reality of what you are and what your character could be, right? I saw some of these promos. I wrote notes. I'm not even in your class yet, and I'm taking notes. I'm like, what is this guy about? Or what is this girl talking about? Or what kind of personality types am I dealing with? And I feel like everybody that I watched, I got some good notes. There are people who are clearly like, I already have this preformed character, Matt Wall. Yes, I hear your voice. I see I'm calling you out. And then there's other people, I see some room for improvement. I see that there is some sort of formulation of what could be, just needs a rewrite or a reswizzle. It's called molding the clay. Even Halston Body, who's been around for 2.5 years as a formed character, has still plenty of room to grow, plenty of room for improvement, plenty of room for different angles of who I am as where I'm going on this path as Halston Body. I'm not cemented to everything that I'm doing because you never know. A personality switch may have to happen based on how the writing team is dealing with. So this is why I definitely want everybody to stay loose and not marry ideas so hard, because sometimes it's good to lock certain things in because they consistently work, but other times you got to be a little loose at the hip, mold the clay, try it here, maybe try it there, do this, maybe do that. You got to play with your characters, okay? Some of us have I know who I am and I know exactly the type of person I am, and that's great. You're 2 steps ahead, but you should still be willing to learn and you should still be willing to adjust. A lot of times that I've seen characters and wrestlers get sort of like it's not that they're not welcome, but they're not fun to work with, are the ones that cross their arms and go, I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. Obviously, if your character is mean, you're just mean, angry gorilla, nonstop, 100% aggro all the time, and we want you to get into a tickle lingerie match, that's not your character. That's not likely. I can understand why you'd say no. That doesn't make a lot of sense, and it doesn't work for you. But if somebody says, okay, I want you to tone down the aggro a little bit because I want you to have a love interest, go with it. No, I would never. How dare, you never know. You never know. And the reason why I say this is because I also want you to understand the thing that I see a lot of people forget. They have an audience. You're doing this for an audience. You're not doing it in the mirror for yourself. You're not doing it. I mean, yes, a lot of people are doing it to make their mom and dad proud. They're making themselves proud. They have all these other reasons of why they're in wrestling. However, when you're performing wrestling, you have to remember it's for an audience. So what you may marry to and think this is going to work in front of an audience may not work. And the audience may just be like, nah, didn't work. Not thinking about it. Guess what? When I was doing stand-up comedy, I used to think I would be writing down my jokes. Oh, this is the most brilliant joke ever. Oh, man, this audience is going to roar. Just you wait. And I'd get up on stage and I'd shit that joke out and I gotta, right? Got to keep trying. Got to keep throwing it on the wall. See what works. See what doesn't. So I want you to definitely stay fluid in the character building, personality thing. Because again, you may be married to an idea because it's the one thing you know, but you never know what an audience is going to react to. Truth be told, Halston Body on Championship Wrestling from Hollywood, also on Memphis, Championship Wrestling 30 from Memphis. Audiences could have just been like, who the hell is this queer disco ball and why is he on my TV? And they could have the audiences could have been like, meh, right? When I was doing live audiences, they could have been, eh. But certain things I was doing caught on. People got into it. People started talking about it on social, and I was writing down like, oh, they like that, but they don't, you know, you have to listen to the peanut gallery a little bit, but you can't, the fans hate me, so therefore I should just run out of wrestling. No, It's not how it works. All right. Try something different. Take a left turn, take a right turn from what you're doing character-wise, and it'll free yourself from getting into like a frustration pit because it's not working. Right. So there. That's my lecture on creativity. All right, let's get into it a little bit more, a little bit deeper. What I also want you to do to understand about that fear factor that I talk about is fear of the unknown is a creativity killer. Some of the biggest things and some of the most exciting things, they were talking about all these, Joey was just talking about these characters. We're talking about The Undertaker. Fear of the unknown is a creativity killer. If you just not constantly knock ideas out of your own hand, or you don't give in to trying something to see if it works, you'll never know if it's going to work. The Undertaker, if Mark Calloway, if they came to him and said, we want you to be this Undertaker guy, and he went, nah, I want to be mean Mark Calloway, and he didn't buy into it, and he didn't dig his heels into it and say, yeah, all right, I'm all in. I'm going in. Let's see what happens. If he didn't do it, would he be the Undertaker? Hard to say. Does anybody think mean Mark Calloway would have went over? Maybe. I don't know. Right? How did we get some of the characters that we, again, sometimes by accident, you never know what people respond to. People can shit on Santino Marella all day, but for some reason, the audience kept wanting more Snake, and they kept wanting him to be a comic foil, and the audience has responded to it. Oh, sure, the insiders and the cornets and the people who are, they're going to shit on the product, but that's something I want you to also just keep in mind. Just because one person or one small group of people doesn't like part of whatever's going on over here in wrestling or whatever's going on here doesn't mean they're right. Wrestling's subjective, my ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure Joey has brought this up. Wrestling is subjective. So what somebody may hate, other people may be like, that is the best thing I've ever seen ever, and I want more of it. We all talk about guilty pleasures. I'll give you some of my guilty pleasures, but I'm not at all guilty because these people resonated with me in wrestling. And I have no shame to tell you that one of my favorite wrestlers in the entire world was Brutus the Barber Beefcake. One of my other favorites, which is just like, what? Who? Why do you like Glacier? Does anybody remember Glacier from WCW? That guy, as much of a weird spot as he was put in to be this like Mortal Kombat Ice Ninja, Sub-Zero wannabe, that dude bought into it. He didn't half-ass it. He was all karate and he was snow and all this Glacier. And I talked to Ray Lloyd at a WrestleCon a few years ago. That dude still shows up with the Glacier outfit. He knows that some people are like, that was mind-blowing. I was excited for Glacier. It hit me. I wanted more Glacier. Like, Bruce the Beefcake. I mean, say what you want about him now, but back then, that guy gave the best face. I don't care. I read his book. He didn't want to be Brutus the Barber Beefcake. He hated it. He thought it was a gay rib. He literally thought Pat Patterson, being a gay man, was literally just ribbing and making Brutus Barber, like he thought it was a joke. But because he was there making a paycheck and he didn't want to piss off Vince and Hogan was his friend, he was like, I'll do it. I guess I'll be the barber. That's all you remember him as, because nobody cares about Zodiac and the Renegade and all these other, like the Booty Man. Who cares about that? I want some Brutus the Barber, because that guy was cutting and strutting and he believed it and he made me believe it. That's how characters work. You may not be Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, John Cena, Roman Reigns, whatever, the top dog characters. But I'm telling you what, there is some serious fun with being a B and C character. It is. I'm telling you what, I guarantee you, Fandango and Tyler Breeze got the best paycheck from not having to barely ever wrestle, but they get to walk around backstage and be fashion files. Like, tough job to have, just to be goofy actor wrestlers that every once in a while have a match, but have to play these like backstage characters for a while because the audience loves it. So again, it goes back to being fluid with your creativity and fluid with your character and who you're going to be or who you might be. You might try. I may not be Halston Body forever. It's working now, but you never know. You never know what they might say. Okay, here's what we need you to do. This is going to work. Trust me. And you have to just trust other creative brains to guide you in the right spot. If it's clear as day that your instincts are telling you that they're setting you up for a failure, or this is not working, do your best to like be part of it and own it. But, again, Dusty Rhodes, legend Dusty Rhodes. This will tell you how you have to own a character, whether it's your character or your ego tells you this is the right thing or not. Dusty Rhodes, as somebody from the Midwest who grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and grew up with the AWA back in the 70s, and I was prime audience for the Hulk Hogan Saturday morning cartoon audience. That was the classic era of 1980s WWF cartoony, Big Boss Man, Akeem, Ultimate Warrior, all of that. Repo Man, Demolition. I mean, everybody had a character in a cartoon. That was my era. I was not as familiar with the NWA and the Southern levels of wrestling, the Freebirds and the Ric Flairs. That was not in the territory that I was in, so I wasn't as familiar. But I did know that Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair were like, and Sting were like these names, Lex Luger, like all these people that I knew from the NWA and WCW. But again, being from the Midwest during the 80s, it was WWF all the way. We didn't care about all that NWA and blading and all these crazy like Harley race and cage matches. That was not, no, it was Macho Man and Hulk Hogan, right? And so when Dusty Rhodes showed up in the WWE, or back then the WWF, and they made him a polka-dotted dancing goofball, like they put him in black and yellow polka dots and made him dance, even as a teenager, I was like, there's something wrong here. How did this guy go from world champion, like insane world champion in these legendary matches of the South, to this goofball dancing in the ring, beating up on Big Boss Man and having Sapphire and woo? Like, I was like, I don't get this. I don't. I feel like they've ruined Dusty Rhodes, but guess what? They didn't. You know why? Because Dusty Rhodes bought in and said, I'm going to be the dancing polka dot machine. Yeah. And guess what? Audiences went for it. They're like, yeah, we're into it. Dusty, dance for us. We're on polka dots. Yeah. Like, he owned his weirdness, and it just somehow worked because he committed. He didn't go, I'm Dusty Rhodes. Fuck you, Vince McMahon. I'm not doing this. I'm Dusty Rhodes. Maybe that WWF audience wouldn't have bought in because he was Dusty Rhodes. They weren't ready for that yet. They were ready for polka dot dancing, though. And people still tributize to this day the polka dot thing. Tommy Dreamer, was wearing polka dots for a while to tributize when Dusty Rhodes passed away. So, right, live your character and buy into what you're doing, because if people will automatically tell if you're half-assing it and you're not committed to who you are. They will tell. They will know immediately that you're not the superhero they're looking up to be. Right? They're really, that 14-year-old is looking at you. And if you're not that person, wait, Santa's not real? What? Come on, right? So own that. This ties into what we're going to talk about next. Who here in the room has taken improv lessons of any sort? 1, 2 people, a couple people, right on. Okay. If you haven't, there's a absolute rule in improv that keeps the scenes and keeps whatever's happening going. It's called yes and. Yes and. Anytime you create an improv scene, Like you've seen those, I'm sure you've seen those improv scenes where somebody's like, okay, I need a city, and I need an object, and I need a time of day. And then they create a scene around those things. The way to keep a scene going, or the way to keep your mind flowing so that you're not stuck, and this will help with your promos, is yes and. And so if somebody says to you, hey, Willie-O, we're doing this thing, and I'm going to climb the biggest skyscraper and jump off of it, and you're going to get in a Jeep and you're going to run this opponent over. Your goal is to go, yes, and I'm going to get in that Jeep, and I'm going to run the hell over that guy, and then I'm going to climb the skyscraper, and I'm going to jump off of it because I want to see this guy die. And the next person goes, yes, I want to see them die, and I want to see them burn. Like, it's yes ending. It will help you do promos, and more importantly, it'll help you do promos with other people. Commentators, hey, next week on this match, you've got to go against the world champion, and he is really strong, and he said he's going to destroy you. How do you feel about that? Yes, he said he's going to destroy me. Well, I'm going to, right? So it's keeping, because the minute you stop it, or the minute you say, no, it should go like this. No, this is what's going to happen. Not only it stunts the conversation, it knocks whatever the other person's talking about straight out of their hand. So whatever they said just doesn't even matter anymore because you just knowed it. And you can yes and eventually, when you do enough of these promos and you do enough practice talking as your character, you can start to yes and yourself. Because if you get stuck on a word or something you forgot to say, if you just grab it and go, yes, and as I was thinking about it, like you can just keep your brain moving forward. Because the minute you hit a wall, that's where you've literally watched people do it. I'm sure you've done it in your practice promos where you've went, shit, what was I going to say? I had this line and I knew it was there and it's gone. Oh, there it is, right? We've all done it. We've all done it when we're even just talking to people on a daily basis. Oh, I was about to tell you something. Now I can't remember what it is. Oh, there it is. Sometimes I have literally watched some people do promos. I can tell they forgot the line, but because they kept talking and they kept the yes ending about what's going on, you can see their eyes catch up to what they were gonna say. It happens. It happens all the time. So that it'll help you stay fluid and not cemented on remembering the line. I have seen so many people trip themselves up in promo land, on TV, and otherwise at Hollywood, because you can see them getting stuck on making sure they say the right word or the right line. But sometimes this goes into the principle of say what you mean and mean what you say. That will get you through to what the message is going to be about. If you get stuck trying to say, I saw a couple promos and I wrote down, I saw some people speaking words in their promos, and their happy promos or their introductory promos. And I literally could tell they wrote something down. They may have even had it on a computer screen right to the right of them, or on a piece of paper, or maybe even a Post-it note or something, because I saw their eyes over here, and I could sort of tell they might have either been reading or just as they were talking, they were trying to remember what they were going to say. You can be guilty. You can shake your head and say, yes, I did that. It's okay, because again, you're in what, week two of class? Is that we're in? Class number 9, week 3? You're babies. You need that practice. I've been doing radio and comedy and acting and auditioning and being on TV for years. I have some practice. So it's going to take some time, and it's just going to take a lot of you being crazy and sitting in your cars and talking to yourself and trying to cut a 60-second promo while you're sitting at the light. And it's going to take your friends having you talk to yourself or try to write things in your head. And it's going to take you using your lovely phones or your iPads or your pieces of paper in books to write down all these things that you're going to have to learn how to speak naturally. Does that make sense? I don't want anybody to get frustrated thinking that I'm not good enough yet. I tell you what, I thought coming out of broadcasting school in 1996, I was at the top of my class. I went to a broadcasting school in Detroit, Michigan. Top of my class, first one to get a job out of the gate. I'm like, radio, bam, bam, bam. I am going to be the DJ, the morning show guy that I thought I was going to be when I was a little kid. I thought I want to be a DJ. Where do I go to school for that? And I suffered through 3.5 years of college not knowing what the hell I was doing because I wanted to be a DJ. And they don't teach that in fancy 4-year colleges. So I had to go to a specialty school. I was like, this is the game, brother. I'm here. And I get into radio and I become the overnight guy at the radio station I grew up listening to as a teenager in Milwaukee. Doesn't exist anymore. It's called 94 WKTI. I worked with people I idolized and worshiped in radio in the local market. I was like, oh my God, my coworkers are Reitman and Miller and Lips LaBelle and all these DJ characters that I grew up listening to. And at the ripe age of 23 going through 26, right around that, I think it was 23 through 25, I couldn't speak on radio to save my ass. Oh, I said words. Oh, I wrote them down. Oh, I made sure to hit my post so I could go 94 WKTI playing the hits of the 70s, 80s, and today. Coming up, we have Mariah Carey tickets and those highly coveted Summerfest tickets. But right now, we got that new Janet Jackson right here on 94 WKTI. Boom, right? I didn't even sound half as convincing as I just did because I was 24 and fresh and I didn't know who I was, but I was on radio and I sounded like this and I was so excited to be on radio and I was very much like, and I have tapes to prove it. Didn't know who the hell I was. And soon enough, my boss was like, you might be better on production. And I lost my radio gig because what I thought was my voice and what I thought was my path, I wasn't ready. Now, if I did radio right now, get me on that morning show. Let's talk about the day's issues, right? So sometimes it takes time, practice, effort, failure. Be afraid. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid. Give us your shitty promo. I saw a lot of people also, so I'm gonna let you know, this is another thing about removing that fear. I saw a lot of people writing in there like, here's my promo. I'm sorry it's not this. It should have been this. I wish I could have done this. Sorry it's this. Don't apologize because you're giving us reason to look for those things, right? Just do it. Throw it on the wall. There may be something somebody else sees in your promos that you thought was a throwaway, right? But somebody's like, oh, that line is so good. Save that, write that down, use that as an end line. Like, you may have not even thought about it. That has happened so many times with me already in 3 years of wrestling where I'm focused on trying to make this funny line happen and something else comes out of my mouth and everyone goes, holy shit, do that again. And I'm like, well, do what? I wasn't even paying attention. So, right, you got to stay loose with these ideas and these, the things you're going to say. Because again, if you're able to own what you say and not, I wrote words down, therefore I have to translate them as an angry character. And I'm going to say these words because I wrote them down and they're very important. It comes off as a script and it comes off as how many people here hated, or currently hates, or currently know of a wrestler that they didn't like on TV because they seemed to not be human? Like in a weird, like, does this person know how to talk? Does this person even know how to give me anything? They're just flatlining with me because I'm here to say words because I am mean and badass. Give me an example. Anybody, just shoot one out right now.
Lex Luger?
Listen, these kids, they don't know Lex Luger. Let's get current. I'll talk about Lex Luger, but let's give me something more current.
Who else has got some?
Here, I'll talk about Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. I saw the wrestling audience hate that dude actively for years. I was in the audience. I want to let you know, I was in the audience on the Monday after Raw, after he beat The Undertaker in Orlando for his retirement or his last match or whatever. They made this big pomp and circumstance. This was like my yard. and he beat The Undertaker. That Monday after Raw, I was in the audience, so I can't go we booed for like straight up like 3-4 minutes straight, like consistent. There was no dip. It was just raw. And you see Roman Reigns break because he finally goes, oh, come on. He's thinking he's going to get a break from this audience. And the audience is like actively like going, shut up, we hate you. He had to stop because they were so at him. And the reason why, they're not saying he doesn't know how to wrestle. He knows how to wrestle, right? He's got muscles. He's got a look. He's got hair. The ladies love Roman Reigns. But the bros in the audience, the marks that have critique words and things to say on Twitter were half right. His voice wasn't there. They had nothing for him to, like, as a male wrestling fan, I'm like, yeah, I don't care about Roman Reigns. I mean, sure, he's great. Go get him, team. Yay, Shield. But I was like, what's a Roman Reigns? What is he? Oh, he's Superman? All right, I guess. He's got a punch. All right, cool. What? He's not really talking a lot. And when he does, he's not very convincing. But boy, oh boy, when they put him with Heyman and they make him a heel and they take his shirt off, he's got the audience's attention now, doesn't he? Boy, they're like, Reigns, where did this guy come from? Am I right? Right? I mean, listen, we can dog Roman Reigns all we want, but sometimes it just takes just a little bit. He just to turn to the left, just a little bit further. He's trying. And now they're biting in. Now they're like, oh, fuck. Oh, he's the family thing, and he's so angry, and he's acting now, and he's giving us passion and depth to who he is. Now I'm interested, right? So think about that. When it comes to your character and, like, just developing, it's not here's who I am, that's it, we're done, wrap it in a bow, we're all good. We got a fully formed package character, and it's going to be like this for the rest of their life. People like Undertaker, I mean, how many, Jericho, Undertaker, Hogan, I'm trying to think of how many other people are going to have 30-year careers as the same character. Like, and even Jericho wasn't the same character. He was heel Jericho, he was this Jericho, he was Lionheart Jericho, he was all these facets. He wasn't just this guy. Hogan, same thing. He wasn't just Hogan. Like, that's rare for you to be the same person your entire career. You may merge in on a character that's been around forever, and just they seem like they've been established, but it's fascinating. Again, as a 14-year-old, I was like, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, and everyone's like, then I forgot about Brutus the Barber Beefcake because I stopped watching wrestling for a while, and I'm like, then I come back, I'm like, he's been who? Who are all these random people he's been? I haven't even been paying attention. What the fuck, right? Right? Everybody has an origin story. So to help with your improv skills, this may be easier when because how many people are in here now? 15?
19 of us.
19 people. This is a little challenging. I don't know if we want to do it with 19 people, but I strongly implore smaller groups of people in the room, get to know your classmates, because you all have to lift each other up and get you where you need to be. Find your classmates. And maybe do this with 4 or 5 people because it's a little bit easier to do. With 19, you might be just sitting there twiddling your thumbs. It's easier to do it in small groups. It's improv games, and one of them is called What's in the Box. Okay? What's in the Box entails you loosening up what's in here without having pre-formed answers ready to go in your head. And the way you play it is you just you can do this with your friends and family at Thanksgiving if you see them. I don't know how many people will be in your house. I'm not here to tell you how to live your COVID life. Listen, at the end of the day, if you get 3 or 4 people in a room, get them in on this game because this is going to help you loosen your brain from pre-thinking answers, okay? I've seen people stumble and fall when handed a live mic because they're pre-thinking about what they want to say and they're not loose in their head. This game will help loosen you up. It's called What's in the Box. What you do is you just go, hey, Joey, what's in the box?
Calvin and Hobbes pissing on Chiefs decal.
Right, and then Joey goes, "Hey Hyde, what's in the box?"
Hey, Hyde, what's in the box?
A cake. Ray,
Pass it.
box.
Just pass it. I'll pass it. Willie O, what's in the box?
Captain Crunch.
Pass it.
Hey, Matt, what's in the box?
Everybody go
Add
off
some
mute.
coffee in the box, but I don't know
Fast-
what happened to it.
I was gonna say, this will
So
be
give
fast.
it to Kristen.
This will be faster if everybody goes off mute, so no one's have to like sit there and wait for it.
Yeah,
Just
let's go.
everybody off mute. If
Let's
you
go
have
ahead and
music
try
playing,
it.
shut it off. I'll start it over and literally be on the ball because the point of this game is to quickly think. If you're sitting there going, you're out. You know, you have to do push-ups. So here you go. Maxwell, what's in the box?
A wheelchair. Kristen, what's in the box?
A sketchbook. Jojo, what's in the box?
Mace Windu's lightsaber. Hyde, what's in the box?
That was for you, Hyde.
Hi, what's in the box?
A pillow. Rhea, what's in the box?
My brush. Taylor, what's in the box?
Rots are an elite form of footwear. Sasha, what's in the box?
Hyde's goatee.
Right? Do you get the idea now? I mean, well,
Yeah.
everybody go back on mute. But does everybody get the idea?
Your face is right there.
It's supposed to like just you come up with words and things and stuff to like react to. And the thing you don't want to get stuck on, especially if you're playing with people, is you don't want to say like banana, what's in the box? Banana cream cake, what's in the box? Banana peels. You try to stretch your brain, just random words. What's even more fun is start doing it. Once you start doing it with just random words, you know, apple, banana, whatever, Monster Energy drink, Calvin and Hobbes pissing sticker on a Ford, you know, whatever you do, play the same game, but then do it with wrestling terms, wrestling moves, right? Because what will happen is that your vocabulary and your pull from vocabulary will start stretching. You got to keep doing it too. You can't just play it once and go, well, that was fun. You literally got to like once a week, make a point to just start playing what's in the box with people. It's a great way to just stretch your brain, and you can play what's in the wrestling box. And then I used to play it where I'd be like, what's in the wrestling box, but you can't name wrestling characters and you can't name pay-per-views. Go. And then you're like, what's in the box? Figure four leg lock. What's in the box? Turnbuckle. What's in the box? Wrestling mat. What's in the box? The commentary table. What's in the box? It just starts coming. And when you do it enough, and when you practice enough, and words just start coming out of your mouth, especially in the wrestling vernacular, when somebody stuffs a live mic in your face and you got to come up with a quick 15-second promo because you're live, you're not going to be going, let me think, hold on. Wrestling, right. You're going, listen, I was on the mat and I was doing these things and I put it like you've got it. It's there already because you're speaking the language. Right? Does that make sense? Right? Who has a day job that they've been at for quite a while? I guarantee if I asked you about that day job and I asked you about what you do, you could probably go, well, I do this and I have to talk about this and I know this and I have to call this and I have to press these buttons and I have to go click here. You could speak fluidly about the day job you have because you do it day in, day out. Get the point? Wrestling, same thing. If you can fluidly just talk about things, you don't have to be an encyclopedia, but at least have something to work with as far as your character and your knowledge. It's going to come out of you. It's just going to happen, right? I very much beg you to sit in your cars and look like crazy people and pretend to be your character. Just talking to the traffic. Just, oh, look at that Chevy, you know, whatever, that Chevy car over there. That piece of crap. I'll take that car. Like, just do it. Because you never know what weird words will come out of your mouth and make you go, oh, that'd be hilarious if that's a great character angle. Oh, that's something I could use. Siri, take a note. Character idea. Carry a hammer. I mean, the weirdest things will come out of your head that you'll never know unless you start stretching it with wordplay and games, improv games. Another great improv game is called Zip Zap Zop. It's less about thinking about words. It's more about reactions. Now, it's harder to do on Zoom because you have to really be paying attention and looking at the camera and making sure you're listening and making sure you're seeing what people are doing. It's better to play it in person. If you can, again, COVID, damn you, COVID. If you can get 2 or 3 people, maybe 4 or 5 if you can. And what you do is you basically make a hand motion and point at somebody and you say, Rhea, zip. And then Rhea goes, Willie, zap. And then you go, Maxwell, zap. Hyde, zip. Taylor, zap. Kristen, zap. And you keep going around and around. And the point of it is to you to be able to react quick enough and pay attention to the person who's saying it. Because if you're playing this in a circle in a ring and you're going zip, zap, zap, and you're not paying attention and you get pointed at and you're like zap, and you're just standing there with your thumb up your nose, you lose and you have to do push-ups. But but the point of it is to react and to pay attention to the people around you. And that's not just for wrestling, that's also for promos. You're with a tag team, or if you're with a commentator and he's saying something or whatever, or your wrestler that you're managing says something and tosses it to you. This is a practice. So you're paying attention to what people are saying that ties into the yes ending. So if Heather Monroe is standing there with John Roberts on Championship Wrestling from Hollywood, Heather, you're going up against Lacey Ryan for match number 7 in this best of 7 match. And oh my God, are you ready for this match? Well, yes, John, I'm totally ready for this match. I mean, we've been going, I've been practicing left and right. I mean, Halston Body has been doing these things, and tell him, Halston. And I'm over there going, what? What did you ask? Right? That. This is a practice to get you to make sure you're paying attention to what people are listening to, or what you're just listening. You're supposed to be listening to somebody going, Harry Carey, zap. Oh, yes, zap. Yes, zap. It's part of that being fluid in your acting in your character. Because again, if you're not paying attention, when it's like, again, if you're on a live mic and you're standing in front of a crowd, how dumb are you going to look and be like, what was the question again? I didn't hear you. That doesn't happen in wrestling, because you have to be aware of what is being spoken or what's about to happen. It'll all come. Trust me. We're about halfway through. Does anybody have any questions so far? Just raise your hand. Or no? So far, so good. That means I'm a great teacher. I love it. Let's see. Okay, so let's talk about your promos and talking as who you are, okay? To get to a great character, I really feel it takes time for you to get to know yourself and who you are, okay? Some of the best characters in the entire world are extensions of who the normal, natural, day-to-day person is. We've seen this many times in wrestling. Obviously, the ones that stand out like a sore thumb that aren't the same people. We talked about Mantar. Mantar. Do you think that guy is like, man, yeah, I can't wait to be this Mantar guy. I love Minotaurs, and I can't wait to wear a beast costume and brr. Do you think the Shockmaster was like, yes, I'm so ready to be the Shockmaster. Put me in a weird helmet and make me talk funny. Okay, I'm ready. It's not you. I've met Fred Ottman. I'm pretty sure he wasn't like so ready to shock the world. I'm sure he had question marks above his head when they told him you're going to be the Shockmaster. I mean, I'm sure everybody in the creative room probably had a question mark over there. Like, what is that? I don't know, but we're going to try it, right? But at the end of the day, you can tell when somebody's trying to be something or they just are. Does that make sense? I could tell in half your promos, some of you are trying to be something. It's not a slam. That's not a cut. Oh, you're trying to be something. You could tell there was this yearning, this try. I want to sound like a wrestler, so I'm going to say these words because I want to be that wrestler. And I can try to do those things. And the words and the emotions were there, but you weren't that person. You weren't really that person. You were trying this like thing, and that's okay. Again, that's how you learn, is you try these different character aspects and these little angles and what works and what comes off naturally and what doesn't. This is how people develop heel work and how they develop babyface work, is they have to figure out what do I work better as? Am I good at being an asshole? Am I really genuine at being an asshole? Or am I really great at just being loved and adored and I'm here to save the children? Yes, right? Like, that's how you test these things out, is by trying these different emotions. Don't just try to be funny. Don't try to be angry. Be angry, right? If you're pissed off about something. Matt Wall has been doing all these angry monster promos that make me so scared of him. I'm like, I kind of want to work with you, but I'm also afraid you're going to kill me. I mean, it's fine, but that's the emotion that he's putting out there, right? So it's funny because you could tell part of him doing his promos, he's pulling it out of a place of anger and craziness. There's definitely this like, I know how to be psychotic and I'm going to translate that onto camera. And his background helps him, and where he's at, it seems chaotic and it's all working. Right? So he's not trying to be angry. He's just being angry. What will help you in this quest of being genuine, and this is definitely acting 101, pull from your life examples, no matter how big or small, to draw from these emotions, okay? Raise your hand. Who here has been in a relationship, has broken up with them, and it's been bad or unfun, or it wasn't like a handshake? Oh, that was fun. Thanks for dating me. Let's move on, right? We've had some bad breakups, right? Who cried? I cried, right? Oh, I'm so sad. I broke up with this person. My relationship is over. It's upsetting. Maybe when you're dealing with a passionate moment in your wrestling promos where you're talking about where you came from or why you're doing what you're doing, draw from that, right? I'm upset because I want to get somewhere. Like, you just pull those tearful emotions. Who here has been pissed off, right? Road rage. What's your anger point? What's your boiling point? Who has made you so angry? I guarantee there's at least one person in this room, other than me, that has had an asshole boss or a teacher or a parent or an ex or some person in their life that just sucks the energy out of your existence, and they make you so angry and you want to throw something. You're just livid. And you just scream. You don't care if the neighbors hear you. I don't care. Hey, neighbors, I don't care. I'm so pissed. If you need to pull that emotion, think back to that time. It could be 5 years ago, 1 year ago, 5 minutes ago. Pull from that. It will come off more naturally if you can get yourself actually pissed off than going, I'm the angriest guy in the world, and I'm going to tell you I'm angry by telling you that I'm angry. Grr. That's not sincere. But if I literally throw something against the wall and I look like you can see that fire behind my eyes because I'm literally going to come for you. It translates, right? Don't try to be funny if you ain't funny. The inside joke you're writing in your head, 8 times out of 10 won't work. Guaranteed. How do I know? I was a stand-up comic, and I used to throw shit on the wall on stages and used to take dumps in front of 3 people thinking this is going to be the funniest shit ever. And it tanked. And some of the dumbest jokes I've written, thinking this is just a throwaway. People are like, oh my God, it's brilliant. So, again, it's so weird what people relate to and what people translate to it. But the one thing they absolutely will always, 100% of the time, will translate is sincerity. If you believe it, they will believe it. How do you think salespeople sell? They don't go, oh yeah, it's a car. Yeah, you want to buy it? I mean, cool. It's yeah. I guess you can get in some other colors. I mean, it's all right. I've driven it. It's okay. I mean, I'm sure there are other cars that are out there that are better. Right? Nobody cares. Like, well, what the fuck? I'm not going to buy that car. But if you're like, brothers and sisters, let me tell you what, I have driven cars up and down the interstate all my life. And I will tell you from the heart of hearts that this Toyota Corolla is the best. I mean, I'm not even a car person. I'm telling you, it is the best car you could ever drive, and I'll tell you why. Right? You're already like, tell me about this Toyota. I don't even know what a Toyota Corolla looks like, but I'm excited. What is this? You're selling yourself. You're selling an emotion. You're selling something for people to latch onto. Soap operas thrive on this. Wrestling is a soap opera. They relate to tears. They relate to happy, overjoyed moments. They relate to the boyhood dream has finally come true for Shawn Michaels. Right? Because it's emotional. It's sad. It's happy. It's overcoming. It's the underdog story. These are all emotions that wrestling characters have to buy into and make themselves believable. If wrestling didn't have emotion, if wrestling didn't have character, it would just be collegiate wrestling on a mat, and we would just watch people in black trunks and black tights walk in, beat the shit out of each other, somebody pins each other, and they walk out, and life is good. No fanfare, no fireworks, no costumes, who cares? But these facets of character are what people are into. As a wrestling fan, I was the mark of all marks as a child and as a teenager. I was the weird kid in high school who told everybody I was going to be a pro wrestler, and they all laughed, and they all went, "You're a weirdo. You should go to college and be a social worker." And I'm like, no, I have bigger dreams than this. What are you talking about? I just don't know how to get there yet. And you got to own this weirdness, that you're this person that wants to do something really weird, and you've got to own it. Because if you don't, no one's going to care. They won't. They just won't care. And they'll forget you. Wrestling's a fickle business. It's a fickle world. It's just like Hollywood. It's casting, and it's, here today, gone tomorrow, because either you didn't translate, or the fans didn't believe in you, or you didn't believe in yourself, or the promoters and the people that are writing the show, or the people who are booking the show don't believe in you because you don't have conviction or confidence. But I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to try and inject the biggest amount of vitamin C, known as confidence, into you about what you can do to make yourself these characters, okay? I will be very honest with you. Based on what I've seen in this COVID times, it is challenging as fuck to get into wrestling right now. Joey can probably attest to this. There's no Santino shows running. There's no Up All Nights. There's no Ground Zeros. There's no, this show, that show, everywhere a show. There's no place for you to just show up and start doing ring work because we need a crew, and great, get on board and get on the train. So you guys and the class before us honestly have one of the biggest challenges to overcome in pro wrestling. And that is, how do I get into wrestling when there isn't much wrestling? How do I get into this game when there is not a lot going on out there right now because of the times we live in? Well, it ties into what we talked about earlier. Keep doing it. Even when you think no one's watching, even when you think no one's caring, even when you think that the class is over, maybe I won't even see half these cats ever again, who cares? Keep doing it. Keep putting out content. Create your brand. Create who you are or where you want to be. Because the only way people are going to believe in it is if you believe in it. Okay? I know it sounds like a Jerry Springer moment. I get it. We're here to talk, right? Baba Shaw is here to share the wisdom. I'm here, okay?
I think you make a great point there, Bob, about keep doing it, right? You said, hey, I know a couple of faces here, and you called out Hyde and Kristen, and you said, but you know what? I feel like I know a lot of you already because of the videos and the promos that you've been posting in the group. And it just ties into what I told everybody is like, hey, if you're not a Facebook person, get a Facebook, get a TikTok, get an Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, get all the social medias. And like Bob said, keep doing it, keep posting it, because now Bob never met most of you, more than half of you, but he felt like he knew who you were.
Right. I got facets.
Yeah.
Right. I got slices of your personality based on how you presented yourself. And I got to say, again, this is what we're going to talk about, because, again, you're babies. I will tell you right now, it's not going to happen tomorrow. It may not happen next week. It may not happen for 2 years. Brothers and sisters, it took me 27 years to get to be Halston Body, because there was a time in my life I threw it away. I was like, I'm never going to be a wrestler. I'm never going to get in that ring. It's past my time. I'm too old. I'm too this. Where's what? Wrestling school? Right? And I didn't shelve it because I was afraid. I just was like, I just threw it away because I was like, this isn't going to be possible. I mean, really? I am living proof again. You never know when it could happen. But if you give up on it, it'll give up on you. Okay? So even when you think no one's watching, even when you think no one cares, whatever, keep doing it, because you never know who's watching. You never know who has seen your stuff or knows exactly. Like, literally, if I'd never been in this class and I just looked at your promos, I'd already know who I'd want to book, just based on the confidence and the presentation. You never know who's watching. I'm in no position to book anybody or to put anybody over or anything. I'm still a student of the game, so to speak. Matt, you have your hand up.
Yeah. A question I have is, the character I have, the Death Calhoun thing, I have a whole family and I want to do all the parts, but I was saving all the parts. So is that something I should be doing right now and like putting that up?
Right. Here's what I say. We'll talk about saving things. Your presentation, put it out there, right? It's throwing shit on the wall to see what sticks. Okay. However, there is something to be said about saving ideas for future idea growth. When wrestling is written, sometimes the best wrestling gets written in tree branches. Okay. The worst storylines I've ever seen written are just these straight lines of like, wrestler A does this to wrestler B is pissed and wants revenge on wrestler A, and that's it. Done and done. Well, what if wrestler B gets injured? Then what? Then what do you got? You don't have a story anymore because wrestler B is out. Now you got to figure out what to do with wrestler A because wrestler A doesn't have a wrestler B to deal with. Wrestler B broke his neck and can't wrestle for 8 months. Now what? But if you write your storylines with tree branches going, okay, wrestler A hates wrestler B. But what if wrestler B gets injured? Well, wrestler A should also hate wrestler C, and wrestler B should maybe be friends with wrestler C, so that in case wrestler B is out of the picture, he has another enemy in wrestler C. Like, tree branching the ideas and the storylines out helps you not paint yourself into a corner when it comes time to present a new idea. So if you give out all your ideas, don't paint yourself into a corner. If you have a whole family of the Calhouns, keep Grandma Calhoun in your back pocket. Keep Uncle Calhoun in your back pocket. Maybe Brother Calhoun is kind of a cool second story, but don't give it all away just yet, because you never know when you might need Granny Calhoun to come out of the woodwork. I mean, perfect example. I'll give this one away. Hyde might already know this one, and I don't know if Kristen has. I think Kristen might know this. I was on a show, Kristen's been on it before. It's called Jacked Wrestling Comedy. It's a black box theater wrestling show. It's meant more for entertainment and comedy, and it has some wrestling, but it's kind of hard to wrestle on a flat wood black box theater stage without either A, destroying the stage, or B, really getting injured. So it's more of a comedy entertainment wrestling show than it is a pure wrestling show. Well, one of the ideas that's in my back pocket that maybe Adnan Karishi or maybe anybody else, it could be anybody else because it's realistically an open-ended idea. There's Halston Body, but then there's Halston Buddy. Well, I'm Halston's buddy, Halston Buddy. Like, it would be like, it's almost like a Mizdow, you know what I mean? Or it's like, oh, I'm Halston Buddy. I'm Halston's buddy. Like, it just becomes, it's, I don't know when to use it. I don't know if I'm ever going to use it. but it's there and it's in my back pocket. But if they're ever thinking about trying to wedge a character into me, or, you know, like, oh, we need you to have a Drake Maverick to an Aaron Rex, or we need you to have name any manager, any side piece character. Like, we need you to be you have the Fiend, and then you have, Alexa Bliss. Like, you never know when you need a side piece that's going to work. And so that's where that balance of like giving it all away, or keeping your ideas on paper for later use. And then when somebody is having a conversation in a creative moment and they're like, we need another character for this, or wouldn't it be funny if we had a second like person? You'd be like, I got an idea, Granny Calhoun. Everyone's like, Granny Calhoun, that, like. So there's that level of having your Zelda bag of holding of like, I have all these ideas. You don't want to necessarily shit them all out, because then they might just lose their energy, or people may forget them. But if you keep some back pocket ones for later, right, helps keep you fresh. You never know when you're going to need those ideas. Trust me. I've had all sorts of ideas, and I've still have yet to even use. One of them involves a rhinestoned bat. I mean, there's like there's so many ideas. But again, you don't want to just give them all away, because then you burn out of all these ideas, and then you're left with nothing, unless you can just be a creative factory and keep coming up with new shit all the time, So there's that. As far as character development, they were talking about, I've seen some of these happy promos, these angry promos, the sad promos. What I really want you to tap into, now that I've seen some of them, and I wrote some of these things down, I hate to pick on Matt Wall, but Matt was the one that Joey talked about, where you were doing a happy promo, but then you kind of blew it at the end by being all smarmy and winky to the camera. The one thing I wrote down, I was like, I felt like you weren't happy. You were doing like a dating profile. Like, hey, I'm wrestler Matt Wall. How we do it? Like, you were kind of like smarmy in a dating profile kind of way. Like, guess who I am? Like, it's hard to hone in on such a broad concept of happy, but you can really facet out that emotion. You can be crazy happy, where you're like, oh my God, I'm so excited to be a wrestler. My name's Matt Wall, and I can't believe I'm here. Oh my God, can you believe it? Right? That's like frantic happy. But then you can just be like, hey, I'm Matt Wall. How's it going? You know me. Listen, you and I, we should really get to know each other. I mean, Death Calhoun seems like, I've been around the block, and I love the idea that there's this person, like, there's that happy, that curious happy. There's so many ways to paint happy, sad. There's funeral sad. There's I lost my puppy sad. There's it's a rainy day and I'm in my fields and I'm going to listen to some melancholy emo music to just kind of sit in my snuggie and contemplate my existence. Like, there's that level of sad. There, you know what I mean? Like, play with your emotions. And if you have to go overboard to get there, do it. Does that make sense? So realistically, I want to get into the homework. I know we have like 40 minutes left, but I want to talk about the homework, and I want to write it down now so we're not chasing at the last minute. I definitely want you guys to do those happy, sad promos. Happy, sad, and angry. Do the same promo 3 ways, okay? One thing I definitely don't want you to do is make sure you get the words right. Throw that out right now. Get what you want to say out, but don't worry about making sure you say the words correctly, okay? The reason I want to give you the why to the what to this. The reason why is because we're molding the clay. I want you to get comfortable with just saying things and just getting words out of your mouth without trying to memorize a script that you've pre-written, okay? Now, that is not to say you shouldn't write a script out, right? If your method to your madness is writing down every word, my name is, Sasha, and I am here to destroy all the wrestlers that come before me, and I'm here to, conquer mountains and slaughter lambs. Write it out. But the goal is for you to just convey the message, convey the emotion. I almost don't care if you just rattle off words and just say words. Pineapple, banana, Nintendo Switch. I'm so happy to be here. Like, I want you to still say what you need to say in a promo, but here's the angle. And this is going to help you understand who you are. And you've already sort of done this. Do the promo as yourself, as your shoot self. Tell me, Kristen Bell. I want to see who Kristen Bell is when she's happy. Things that you should avoid that will help you get to the right words. Grocery listing. Okay? A lot of people, this is a crutch in wrestling promos. It's a crutch in life, in speech. It's grocery listing. I'm Halston Body, and I'm here to tell you the things I'm going to do in wrestling. 1, I'm going to do this thing. 2, I'm going to do that thing. 3, I'm A, B, C, D, I'm going to do that thing. That is such an easy crutch that you can work around with your words to mean what you say and say what you mean, right? Because grocery lists are fine, but guess what? There's a rule in speech. All speeches, doesn't matter if they're the president giving a speech, doesn't matter if I'm giving you a lecture about how to work your iPhone. Human beings remember the first thing you say and the last thing you say. Just human nature. It's a behavior thing. It has nothing to do with the presentation. It has nothing to do. They will always remember how you started it and what you ended with. Why do you think some of the best wrestling promos go out with, if you smell, because you know it's coming, and it's sing along with The Rock. Stone Cold Steve Austin, I said Stone Cold, right? You know how he's going to end it. How does The Undertaker end it? Rest. Oh, you know the ending's there, right? When he gets to rest in peace, it's over, right? Like, that's why wrestling promos have those amazing taglines, or why people have those mic throws of, right, in what they're saying, because people remember what people end with. They also remember what they start with. So that's why, I always go to The Rock, because The Rock was one of the best. That's why some of the best moments of The Rock wasn't him saying anything. It was the coach, Rock, you have got this great match coming up against Kurt Angle. What are you going to say? And Rock doesn't just go into it. Rock goes, he's drawing that audience in. Oh, what is he going to say? Oh, right? Pulling you in and waiting for it. He's letting the temperature in the room. Oh, what is he going to say? Here comes, bam, right? Like, so think about that when you're talking about yourself, okay? Part of this, also, real talk, it's introspection. You need to get to know you a little bit better. Everybody does. Sorry, you got to navel gaze. You got to look in the mirror. If you haven't been through any level of therapy, I highly recommend it. But get to know you, because parts of you will come out in your promos. When you're talking about happiness, if you're doing a happy promo, and I'm Willie O, and I'm talking about happy, or I'm being happy in my promo, I'm talking about Willie O. Hey everybody, my name is Willie O, and I am here to say that the reason why I live today is because I love pro wrestling. Oh my God, pro wrestling has been part of my life since I was a wee knee high. My dad took me to the arena shows, and he just brought out such passion. And that is why I'm part of Santino Brothers, is because I want to live that passion and translate that to my audiences, because I'm Willie O. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, think about things you're passionate to bring the happiness out. Even if you have to put something in front of you, a stuffed animal that brings you joy, a Lego piece, a video game, whatever brings you happiness, I need your brain to go there and just say the words, all right? I'm Bob Koenig, and man, I love being in wrestling because I love entertaining. Why do I love entertaining? Because I grew up watching game show hosts for years, entertain and be these amazing human beings who would razzle and dazzle prizes in front of you and with a smile and a wink. And that's what I grew up loving, and being this host with the most. My name is Bob Koenig. I'm here to dazzle you. You know what I mean? Like, I just came up with that. I literally just came up with that right now. Because I actually do love game shows. And I do love game show hosts. And I grew up wanting to be a game show host. Came from within, right? Even if you have to pull your 10-year-old self. Oh, God, I loved watching The Simple Life with Paris Hilton. And, oh, God, Paris Hilton is the best thing ever. And I can't wait to be on that level in the wrestling world. Because Paris, I mean, think of anything that brings it out in you. Okay? So talk about who you are. And it doesn't have to be these giant, momentous stories about these overcomings that you had to do to get to the wrestling world. Sometimes it can be, I want to hear the weirdos. Oh, God, I'm Halston Body, and my real name is Bob Koenig. And fun fact about me, the reason why I love being an entertainer is because I grew up on the school of Kiss. The band Kiss. Oh, yeah, you may think of these old weirdos in makeup, but let me tell you what, as a child, wanting to be in those 7-inch platform heels and putting on a full face of makeup, and whoa, oh, it was so engrossing, and I just couldn't, these were my superheroes, just growing up watching these rock musicians in these crazy costumes. So, of course, right, pull those passionate moments of what you love. Don't be afraid. We talked about fear versus love. Guess what? This is a big dose of vulnerability that you will all need. You will all absolutely need to be in this wrestling business to survive. Because if you don't want to be vulnerable, if you don't want to show your true self, you're hiding something. It's so obvious. You just got to be free with yourself and let yourself understand who you are. Because the more you understand who you are, the better you're going to be suited to stand up for yourself in wrestling. The better you're going to be able to present your character and know who you are. And that translates to bookers and promoters and people who want solid characters who they can work with in wrestling shows. Real talk, right? Some wrestlers rely on body, and more body. They are all muscle. They are all flips. They're all talent. And that's great. It's way more than I could ever do or dream of at my 47-year-old self. But they fail when it comes time to putting a mic in front of their mouth. We don't have anything to chew on. We don't have they're just this flat human being with no emotion or passion, and who cares? But you get these people who may be average wrestlers. They're not the best flippers, and they're not the best hurricanranas, and oh man, this guy is all sorts of lucha crazy, and look at this guy doing 750 flips, and man, he's amazing. But boy, he is hilarious. I love this character so much. I want more of him on screen. I don't care if he loses. I just want to hear him talk. We all have wrestlers in our lifetimes that I can name at least 2 right off the bat that I couldn't tell you one match. I couldn't care less about who they wrestled or if they won or if they were ever champion. But I could tell you they're my favorite characters in the world because they're who they were as a character. And sometimes that works in wrestling. I can name somebody right now who I don't even know if they ever wrestled a match in their damn lives, but boy, were they a character that I bought into and I loved. Brother Love. Does anybody remember Brother Love? I love you. He was the evangelist, priesty kind of like schlock dude that guy never wrestled. Bruce Pritchard? I don't think he was a wrestler. Joey, can you confirm? Did Bruce Pritchard ever wrestle?
No, I don't think so. Not that I know. Right. I'll look it up. Let me look it up.
But that dude's a character. He became a character by being this character. Nobody can tell me oh, yeah, that Brother Love match. Oh, so good. Boy, that guy's signing autographs. That guy's a character. He's got a podcast. People remember Brother Love. He just worked. He worked with the wrestling business. He worked in the wrestling business. He got in the wrestling business, and somebody saw something and went, we got to do this. And he got on creative, and he, it all goes into what Joey, I'm sure, has already told you. Get in where you fit in. You may have dreams and designs that you're the next NXT champion, or you're the next WWE champion, or you're the next SmackDown champion, and you can't wait to go against AJ Styles in his retirement match because you are running and gunning since day one of watching him on Impact, and you want to be there when, oh yeah, you're all there. But guess what? Wrestling is casting. It is. So if they see this guy and they're not, or this girl, and they don't get your character, and they're not really kind of getting your character's half-ass and your wrestling's half-ass, I don't know if you're going to get where you want. But what if they're like, okay, we have an idea. We're going to use Hyde for this character, and he's going to be this thing, and we want to see if it works. You know, I mean, realistically, Hyde probably would be like, if Hyde ain't working, maybe something else will. Maybe he's going to shoot a shot and try something else. And everyone goes, holy crap, it's amazing. The fact that you did that was so good. And you're like, didn't know it was going to work. Right? So again, I want you to do these promos, happy, sad, and angry. I want them to be about yourself, but here's the new twist, plot twist. And this will help you with timing. This will also help you with editing. It's going to help you mean what you say and say what you mean and get to the point, right? Do a 1-minute promo, but then do it in 30 seconds. Say the same thing in 30 seconds. Then, ready for this? Do it in 15. I know you're all like, what? How? Huh? Huh? This is literally, I'm throwing you in the deep end. I don't want you to be scared. I'm owning up to it. I'm throwing you in the deep end. Here's why. I want you to understand the power of editing your words, okay? What you absolutely need to do when you're doing your promos is take 100 takes, right? Be okay with editing yourself and be okay with being kind of a perfectionist. It's okay. Now, I'm not saying you have to be an obnoxious perfectionist. I'm not saying you have to take 100 takes, but you should absolutely know it when you feel it. When you hit that 30-second thing and you're like, I'm Maxwell Nelson and I'm going to be the next best manager of life, and oh, look out, all the Hall of Famers are going to crumble because of me. Right? The point of this exercise is absolutely to get you to focus on what you're saying and how to edit out all the filler that you will absolutely, in your youthful promo making existence, and I've seen it already. I've seen crutches. I've seen all sorts of, I've heard that phrase before, is to edit yourself to a point where you sound authentic and you're not using all of the wrestling catchphrases that you have collected through your entire wrestling fandom and life. Because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something is the worst. And not because Hulk Hogan wore it down to a nub. If you actually break that down, hey, Halston Body, you have a match coming up against Joey Chaos next week, and it's a cage match. How do you feel about that? Well, let me tell you something. Isn't that the point of you speaking? Is that you're telling me something? So why are you telling me something that you're going to tell me something? Just tell me something. Does that make sense? If you break down the English language as you're saying it, you will probably catch yourself laughing about that doesn't make any fucking sense. If you watch back to your promos, I know some people did it. I guarantee you, I saw somebody, who did I write down? I don't want to bust their balls or their boobs. Listen, somebody said something so cliche, I was like, oh God. But again, you're babies. Try to get rid of all the, let me tell you something. I'm here to do 3 things. Why don't you just get into what you're going to do? Why do you have to list it off for me like it's a Family Feud game? Top 3 answers on the board. Here's the question. Why am I in wrestling? Number 1. Just say it. I'm Halston Body. The reason why I'm here is because I've got your attention. And the reason I have your attention is because I'm going to destroy the women's division. Just get to the chorus. Don't worry about that verse in between, right? Right? It doesn't matter what you think. That's, also avoid, here's another fun one. Don't tell me what you're not going to do. I'm not here to do dishes. I'm not here to mop the floors. I'm not here in the wrestling world to lose championships. I'm here to win. I don't care about what you're not going to do. You can make, I'm not here to cut fruit. I'm not here to take a shit. I'm not here to play video games. I'm not here to comb my hair. I could come up with a million of them of what you're not here to do. Get to it. What are you here to do? Right? You know what I'm here, and don't give me this, I'm here to do one thing and one thing only. Really? Just one thing? So what happens if you do that one thing? Are we done with wrestling? You're just going to wrap it up? I did my one thing. I'm good. That's it. Again, break down that English. You have heard these cliches over and over in wrestling, and that's why they're in your head. These practices, the what's in the box, the paying attention to how you speak on a daily basis as a normal human being. You all have nuances. You all have your own ticks and tricks. I'm very handsy when I talk. If you talk to me in person, I'm very directional, right? Right. It's macho man-y, right? Ugh. But I'm less twitchy about it. I'm very just like I said to Jervis Cottonbelly, and he was like, "Oh my God, you have it so down. I can't believe it." As a pro wrestling manager, one of my aspects is being a Vanna White or a Barker's Beauty. When it comes to presenting wrestlers or things I talk about, I'm very much, ta-da, here it is. Look at this amazing Monster Energy drink. What? It's very magician-like. Look at the dove in my hand. Oh, right? These are the things you have to, this is part of figuring out your personality facets and who you are, okay? I'll give you an example, we're gonna, story time with Halston Body. You probably are asking, where did Halston Body come from? Where did this creature that is out of makeup and out of character, out of my clothing, and I don't even have my nails painting. That's how out of raw character you're seeing me as a shoot human being here. I'm so embarrassed. Where did it come from? It came from me. Okay, I didn't go, well, I want to be this crazy character who dresses weird and has fans. And I just painted it and that was it. That's the end of the story. No, I had to figure out who this character was and why this character was. Part of who I am as a human being is I don't care. Like one of the dumbest things that I don't have any fear about, and I just do it because I love Halloween and I love dress up and I love characters and I love cosplaying or whatever. I love creating, parts to, like the outfits and the whole getup. I mean, again, I come from the school of KISS. Of course I love costumes. But if you take me to a thrift store or a Ross Dress for Less or a Marshall's or wherever, a Halloween store, and you go, throw this on, put this wig on, I'll do it. I don't care. I think it's hilarious just to be like, let's play dress up and look at random things that we wear just to wear them. Ha ha ha. So when it came time for me to create Halston Body, the original thing I thought of was like, well, part of me, I also love fashion, right? I don't love high-end, highfalutin, snobby nose fashion week and right. I love crazy avant-garde, stupid, random, what the hell are you wearing kind of fashion. Like it's that kind of like, yes, wear a meat dress, Lady Gaga, I'm in, right? Like that's the kind of thing. So when it was like, oh, how do I be a character? How do I be a wrestling manager or a character in this? What part of me is fashion? What's the fashion aspect? Well, one, I'm a child of the 70s. So of course that wacky disco sequins everywhere aesthetic is like ingrained in my development age of like, everything was shiny. Everything was lame. Everything was, silver and gold and glitter and da-da-da-da. So I already had that in me. And my husband goes, because where did the name come from? Well, Body, B-O-D-D-Y. If anybody here has ever played the board game Clue, if you actually read the instructions or you watch the movie, the victim in every board game Clue is Mr. Body, B-O-D-D-Y. I've been a childhood Clue fan. I mean, I have the movie poster signed over here. I have art on the wall. I have 5 of the weapons from the actual, like, I'm obsessed with Clue. So the last name Body was perfect. I know I can work with that, right? And it's referential, but I'm not actually Mr. Body. I'm not trying to be Mr. Body from Clue. It's just great name, right? And my husband goes, well, you should be Versace Body. I was like, that works. That flows, Versace Body. Oh, it's so great. Here's the problem. I'm 5'9" and 300 pounds. Do you think I could wear anything in Versace? If anybody hears the name Versace Body, my brain goes, I expect to see this dude head to toe in Versace, because it would be stupid for me to wear Gucci or other high-end fashion. But that's what caused me to pivot on that immediately, because I went, hold up. Me as Bob, I don't give a shit about highfalutin. If you're paying $800 for a t-shirt, you're a sucker. You're a fool, right? My brain is practical on fashion. So that's why I love crazy random shit that just, it's inexpensive, but it looks amazing and crazy. And it looks like a rock star would wear it, but it's just trash drag from Santee Alley downtown. Who cares, right? So that's the psychological aspect. I went, wait, I will put on anything and wear it to make it like I own it, right? And so I also was like, okay, well, it should be a fashion name, but let's think of something that's not fashion, that isn't current fashion, that people can immediately go, oh, I know exactly what that is. Halston is a designer that died out in the 80s. He literally died, but his like fashion peak was like late 70s, early 80s. And he became there's a documentary about him. He was a huge Liza Minnelli. He put the pillbox hat on Jackie Onassis, the famous pink pillbox hat that you've seen her in, Jackie Kennedy. He made that hat. He was a haberdasher in New York. Big documentary of him. But the best part about it is like, that's a great name because no one's going to know who that is. In 2020, no one is going to go, Halston, you mean the designer? Nobody fucking knows who that is. People over 40, people over 50 know who that is if they remember, but now it's not a thing. And it was a perfect name. I'm like, Halston Body, because that was his last name. So I'm like, perfect. So now we have Halston Body. Well, why does he dress the way he does? Because I am a cuckoo bird wackadoodle who doesn't care about what people think what I wear. So of course I'm going to wear disco caftans and weird wizard wear that's kind of feminine, but it's not really, I'm not trying to be a female. I'm not trying to do drag. I'm not trying to be a woman. I'm not doing impersonation. I'm not trying to be glamazon. I'm this weird, wacky wizard that wears makeup and is unassuming about it and doesn't care. But you care because you're like, what is he wearing? What is this? Because I got your attention. If I walked around this Halston Body and went, look at my clothes, look at my clothes, look at my fashion. Do you like my fashion? It would devalue me immediately because people could immediately go, no, we don't like it. But as my character, I'm just wearing it and I'm letting the audience react to it. How do I know? The first day I ever was Halston Body, Joey was there. Santino Brothers show at the Santino Brothers dojo and Hyde was there. I don't even remember Hyde being there. I must have been drunk. I'm kidding. Hyde was a rookie. He didn't have all that facial hair. He didn't have a goatee. So one of my internal goals in my head was I wanted somebody in the audience. I didn't know when it was going to happen, but the goal of my fashions was to make people in the audience wonder where I got it. Where can I get that? Oh my God, that top, those leggings, what the hell? I want that. And I didn't even ask for it. My first show with Dom Kubrick, I get in the middle of the ring with the microphone and I'm wearing this long sleeve, had rhinestones on it and a picture that looked like Kathy Campanelli, AKA Alyssa Marino, in sunglasses. And it was this lady's top that was kind of velvety. And I was wearing fish scale leggings and silver loafers. And I swear to God, third row, middle, this woman goes, I need to get that top. Like I literally heard it clear as that. Where did he get? I need that top. Where did he find that? And I was, my brain inside, I had to be on mic, so I couldn't just be like, yeah, lady. I was like, ee! Like, it translated because the goal wasn't look at me, I'm a manager, look at my fashion. The goal was, here the fuck I am, deal with it. And people dealt with it. And they had to figure it out. The first review I got from SoCal Uncensored, in all fairness, this guy kind of hates all wrestling unless it's MMA. So, I mean, what was I going to expect? But this reviewer called me a fat budget Elton John. That could have crumbled anybody. That could have made anybody hate the business and fuck this and oh my God, who's calling me fat and blah, blah, blah. I wanted to make that into a t-shirt because clearly this guy wasn't on the fence, right? I feel like it was a compliment. It was to me, it was a compliment because I clearly rattled this guy enough to make him hate me. If your character makes people love you to death and want to give you every dollar they have, and oh my God, I can't get enough of Halston Body, I need action figures, I need all of it. And you got other people on the other side going, fuck that fat piece of shit, I hate him, he's the worst, why is he on my screen? What is he, some weirdo? What kind of queer, I don't get this guy. You're doing your job perfectly. If they're somewhere in the middle and they don't care, get out. You're not doing your job. You gotta give them something to react to. Hence why, as we're getting close to wrapping this up, hence why being OTT, giving more than what you feel comfortable with and stepping out of your own comfort zone to provide emotion and reaction is the name of the game. If you are not passionate, if you are not showing passion, and if you are not giving it your all, it will 1,000% translate. Think about your 14, go back to your 14-year-old wrestling fan and go, who did you not like because they were boring and they didn't translate? I'm sure you have your own list. You may have a list right now of who you're watching on the landscape. You're like, I don't really know. They're not doing their job. I mean, some people are obviously in creative stifling land. We all know the stories of WWE. We've heard the shoot stories about, I wanted to be this guy and they wouldn't let me. And I mean, the most famous one of recent times is how Cody Rhodes was put in all these characters and Stardust, and he hated it all. But that creative team was like, "This is what we're giving you, kid." And he did it. He did it for the paycheck, and he got through it. But now he's just Cody Rhodes, and now he's a whole different character. Now he's completely. I didn't care about mustachioed, handsome Cody Rhodes. I didn't care about that guy. Boring. Who cares? Right? Stardust I actually like because I love characters. I love goofiness. I love a little bit of weirdness and tongue-in-cheek as much as it's torturous or whatever. I don't know. I'm not living the guy's job. I don't know what he's getting paid. I don't know what he's doing to have to swallow being Stardust. But I'm sorry. Vince McMahon said, you're going to be Stardust. I'm like, camera one, camera two. Let me be Stardust. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? But that's me, right? So when it comes to these characters and when it comes to expressing emotion, you got to tap within first before you can just be, because anybody could just, put on a Halloween costume and yell and beat their chest or cry on camera. And we don't really believe it because there's no part of you that's in it. But if you can understand who you are, guarantee it's going to translate when you become Superstar Jones or whatever character you come up with, or, come up with a couple, try different things. Again, you have a blank canvas in front of you. You have 4 walls and they're all white or brown paper, and you can just draw and paint whatever creative environment you have for yourself as wrestling characters. So try to remove the fear. If it sounds like you're talking too loud, great. You're probably doing it right. If it feels uncomfortable because you have to get angry when you're not really angry, but it feels awkward, it will until it doesn't. Everything that you do is painful and awkward and weird until you keep doing it. And then it's just riding a bike. I guarantee, I'll tell you right now, I'm nowhere near what I was 3 years ago. I was, you could look at me now. This is the first time you ever heard me talk. This is the first time you ever heard me speak. You may not even be, you may have never seen a Halston Body promo ever. I don't like, whatever the case may be. If this is our first time meeting, great. But it did not take overnight for me to become this character or be able to speak eloquently about things I'm passionate about. It takes time, energy, effort, and passion. And you have to dive into it. And you have to be willing to be the weirdo. You have to be willing to be vulnerable. You have to be willing to tell your friends that you're getting into the wrestling business. You have to be able to figure out whether or not the shoot job that you have is going to work out with your wrestling life that you want to lead. You have to be real with yourself as well. And I will say this, not to bring it down, you have to also be real with yourself if it isn't right for you. Not everybody's cut out for wrestling. It's truth. It's just the hard truth. 15 people were in our class. Three to four are actively working in wrestling right now. And 3 of them we're getting there. We're on the cut. We're making dreams happen. Whether it's our own dreams or dreams that we never thought were possible. Because we're dedicated. I'm in it to win it. I'm working a shoot job right now that I'm figuring out how to get out of because I don't want to be there. Because my brain is constantly going, I want to take the energy and the passion that I have for wrestling and put it into wrestling and not working for Chow Now on customer support. I don't give a shit about people's credit card problems or what. I don't care. I want to be out there doing wrestling, whether it's putting together rings, whether it's creating merchandise, creating storylines, coming up with characters, whatever I can do to be part of this business. You got to have it. And it's okay if you're just not in it to win it. It's okay if you hit a point or a wall or a hard spot in your life that doesn't allow you. Again, I was in the middle of 9 weeks into wrestling class as a 46-year-old, 45-year-old, going into 46. Fat, 270 pounds at the time. I'm 300 now. Right? I was the underdog of the entire class, the oldest one by 20 years. No joke. And I beat 5 people in that class because I wanted it. Young cats who are 21, 19, 20, who are bouncing around like made of rubber in that ring and could outrun me could lap me easily, quit. They quit because it got too hard. They just didn't feel it. They got yelled at by an instructor and it rubbed them the wrong way. They lost passion real fast because it was harder than they thought. Boy, how do you tell your friends, oh yeah, didn't you go to wrestling school? Yeah. Well, what happened? Well, I dropped out and I let my dad beat me. I'm 45. Listen, I wasn't even using it as a point, but I'm like, at the same time, again, everybody in this room is capable. Everybody in this room has the power. Everybody in this room could have the passion, but it's okay if you don't. Because I'd rather have you be here passionate and ready to do it and getting those promos in when they're being asked of and be willing to take the critique. Get it, because that is what makes being in this business fun. I've been in it for 3 years. I've been in locker rooms aplenty. And the half-assed, non-passionate, I guess I'm just doing this just to do it kind of people, they don't last. They don't last because they take themselves out.
Bob,
Don't be one of those people.
Can I interrupt you right there
No.
for a second? Yeah, I'm sorry. Man, I love when Bob comes in. He's had so much passion and knowledge built in him. But I just want to make sure. Okay, so we didn't get a chance to talk about the promos, but I love that Bob is going into it again with the idea. And I just want to let me know if this is right for your homework, Bob. You got throw you into the deep end to see if you can swim homework, right? Cut 3 promos, 1-minute promo, 30-second promo, and a 15-second promo.
As yourself.
As yourself. And You want to drive the emotions, correct? The happy, sad, angry. Is that correct?
If you pick an emotion, I mean, realistically, because you're talking about yourself, I would hope most of these promos will be very happy because I want to hear what brings it out in you, right? But if you're listen, we're all going through some shit. Maybe you're in a darker spot than other people or whatever. Maybe do a more emotionally driven promo that talks about your struggles or what you need to overcome. Remember, you're doing it for an audience, so give people a reason to bite into who you are. You're selling yourself to an audience. Yes, sir.
Yes, Max.
So can you do the sad promo talking about one part, the happy promo talking about like your passions, and the angry promo being about like a mixture or something? Or do you just want to be the same promo with different emotion?
Let me make sure I'm on the same. Let me just clarify to make sure we're all on the same page. You should be doing 3 promos. That's all I want. 3 promos, not 9, not 3 of each emotion. I know that I might have thrown a little confusion in there. I hear my tape running back in my head going, yeah, I can see where that came in. 3 promos, 1 minute, 30 second, 15 second. Pick an emotion. But I want you to talk about yourself, your real self, who you are. I hate to write it for you. What I don't want to hear is, I'm in this wrestling business for one thing and one thing only. I'm driven and I became a wrestler because I love it. I've heard that story a million times. Who are you? Who are you? My name is Maxwell Friedman, and let me tell you where I come from. Tell why you're in a wheelchair. Tell some of the struggle. Whatever. Tell us about your favorite thing in the world. Oh, I am Maxwell, and I have a passion for Luigi from the Mario Brothers. Whatever. I mean, just come up. I'm just throwing ideas out there. Just whatever you are passionate about, who you are. I want to know who you are. By the end of it, I want to know who you are. At least something I can bite into. And the point of the minute 30, 15 is to get your brain and your writing hands and your thought process and how you speak to start to learn how to edit yourself. Because guess what? In promo land, in the real world, you better have that skill, because there's people who can. Joey's witnessed it already on Primetime Live. We have to cut these Saturday night's main event type promos that are 15 to 20, maybe 30-second long at the most. You got to hit that. You got to hit that mark, because they don't have an editor that can clip out those words or make sure we tighten it up with da-da-da-da. And maybe we can just edit out that last 10 seconds of what you rambled about. You have got to nail it. And you got to take it in at least a couple takes, maybe 3, maybe 4 at the most. At 4, the people in the room are starting to sweat. Come on, right? But these 1 take and 2 take promo people that we know how to mentally edit. You have to edit what you have to say to get to that post.
It's going to help you out hitting the time, once you get good at it, then you're going to be, like Bob says, once you find out who you are, then it's going to be easier to find who your character is, what character works, and how you can drive this character's emotions, because we're really digging down deep to find out who you are. And so it makes it a little bit easier. It's the same promo 3 different times, and you get to pick your emotion. Are you on the verge of a nervous breakdown? Are you indifferent? What's your emotion? Is it angry? Is it happy? Is it sad? Is it enthusiastic? You get to pick that. And then we're going to all get an opportunity to cut the character promo. I know a lot of people have been waiting for that, but I want to really focus, and I'm glad that Bob did this, is to really focus on pulling out your emotions, right? Facial expressions are going to be key. Your eyes are going to be key, right? The way Bob is talking about, he's using his arms and whatnot, all adds into your promo. So we got about a minute, Bob, if you want to, anything you want to end with.
Yes.
And then we'll be back Wednesday. We're taking Thursday off, and then Bob is coming back next Monday for you guys also.
A couple things. I am off all day tomorrow, so by all means, flood the room or whatever with those promos, because I'll be at home ready to. I got to do my podcast and stuff, but I'm free all day tomorrow to start reviewing them and look at them. So get them in ASAP. I would like to have them, realistically, please get them in before noon on Wednesday. Because what I don't want to be doing is while I'm at work on my break, trying to quickly watch my promos at like 4:30 because you're just getting them in. This is also an exercise in getting your homework in on time. Because I will tell you what, there's one thing my mom and my dad taught me as a child, and it absolutely applies to wrestling. If a booker or promoter or somebody asks you to get your promos in before a show, whether it's for TV or it's just social media promotion, and you don't do them, or you're way late on the ball and it's too late to get that up on our social or whatever, listen, they can always retrain you how to wrestle or wrestle better. But if you don't show up on time or you don't do your homework, it's like a job. They can retrain you on how to do the job if you're not doing well, but they can definitely fire you for being late or not showing up. That's black and white. So by noon on Wednesday, please find the time. Squeeze it in. Do them tonight if you can. Just get on it if you can. Get them done by Wednesday noon. Another thing too, pro tips, simple pro tips for camera work or doing it. One, if you're using a phone, obviously make sure it's this way. But also, if you're not sure where to look, whether you're doing it on a laptop or whether you're on a phone, use a Post-it note or a piece of tape and put an arrow or put wherever you need to look. And the reason why I say this, two reasons. One, I watched half your promos and you're all doing this. I'm over here talking to this person off the camera and I'm really trying to just read my words or look at the thing. Remember, you're doing it for the audience. Look into the camera. If you want to do what Wall does. Oh God, this is so freaking engaging, Matt Wall. Who taught you this? Damn it. Right? Like, it doesn't always have to be these like headshot, I'm a newscaster and I'm here. But it's always good to have, at least some sort of stay in frame. Don't do one of these things where you're kind of like, I'm over here. Don't do promos from back here. Hey, everybody, I'm doing a promo. You see, hey, everybody, right? Keep yourself in some sort of frame. Another thing, too, backlighting. Don't do it in front of a window or a lamp or something behind you that is lit. Why? It blanks out your face, causes harsh shadows, and I can't see who you are. If you can, invest. If you're in it to win it, kids, I'm telling you what, one of the best things I can ever advise somebody to, $22. They have them on Black Friday specials at Walmart for like $20 now. Ring lights, or one better. I got this on Amazon for, I think it was $11. It's a clip-on to your phone ring lights. Look at that, one in the room, look at that. Winner, chicken dinner. $10 on $11 at Amazon. If you have Prime, you'll get it in 2 days. Man, this will improve the look of every promo you will ever do. Because if you're just doing it in your house, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm going to take off my ring light. You see how I'm looking right now? I've got it right in my thing. You can see all my facial emotions, but watch this. Kind of dulls it. Makes me look, I'm in my house. I guess I have some shitty overhead recessed lighting, whatever. But on camera and TV, you got those hot lights on you. Makes it look much better. If you can, find a more interesting background. I know we're all in COVID land and we're all stuck in our apartments and stay at home. Matt Wall, I don't know where I don't want to even know where you're at, but he has these promos. He looks like he's on top of some mountain somewhere in Pacific Palisades. I don't know where it's so, but it paints a picture immediately. I don't know if he's some Greek god on some mountain talking about the world and get outside, take a drive, go to the beach, go somewhere, go to a playground, go if you can get somewhere interesting. I mean, don't do the brick wall promo or the Venetian blind promo, as I like to call it, where it's like, if you can get somewhere else, or even one better, go down to the fashion district in LA for $1, $1 a yard. You can get all the fabric. You can put it behind you with some like clips or something. create an atmosphere, even if it's nowhere, somewhere better than, oh, that person's in their 1-bedroom apartment in Toluca Lake. Great.
All
Get
right.
creative. Try anything. If you have to,
Yes.
I saw Kristen had one where she's like, I'm in a bathroom, right? I saw something like, oh, this one's not in the bathroom, but then I saw your bathroom promo. Shit, maybe do a bathroom promo. Do it while you're on the job and be like, I'm so sick of his shit, I'm taking one. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, you know, there's so many. This is what I talk about. Stretch your creative mind, kids. Stretch it. Get freaky with it, because you never know what is going to work. So throw the clay on the wall, mold it, kick it, add some food coloring to it, spin on it, whatever you want to do. You're in infancy. Play with your character. Some of you, Kristen and Hyde, have had character work and have been doing stuff for, quite a while, but other people, again, I don't know you. So let's do those promos.
All right, so we're all out of time here, Bob. We'll go ahead and I'll bring it in. I put the notes already up with Bob's homework that he has on there for everybody. So just make sure, like you said, let's go ahead and get him in. All right, everybody, let's bring it in. Great class, Bob. Thank you, Coach Bob. Santino's on 3. Santino's on 3. 1, 2, 3. Santino! All right, thank you, Coach.
Anybody wants to stick around? Just real quick, if anybody wants to stick around for the next 5 or so, 10 minutes, I have some critiques about some of your promos, so I'll just kind of rattle through those a little bit just to give you some things I saw.
Yeah. And then
Yes,
if you have to go, don't feel like, hey, I'm gonna lose out. Just I understand we have to start on time, end on time. So I know people have to do things, but if you can't stay, Bob is offering his time, which will be great for everybody.
Cool. All right. Welcome. Hello. I won't be long because I have to go somewhere as well. I have a life too, No, but definitely. Just to let you guys know, my book is open. I know some of you have tried to add me on Facebook. I may not have been familiar with who you are, and I'm kind of like, I just don't add randomly people on Facebook. So if you've tried to add me on Facebook and I don't know who you are, feel free to DM me and let me know who you are, just so I don't go, who is this? I've never met them. I don't know. I have trust issues. Listen. Okay. So let's see. What did I write here? I wrote some things down. Shane. Mr. Shane, are you here? Is Shane here? He's not here. All right, well, fuck him. No, I'm kidding. Shane's not here. Great, let's talk about him. He's a piece of shit. No. Tino.
Yo, what's up?
Mr. Tino. Okay, so I got a lot of script reading. I felt like you wrote it down and you were reading.
Nah.
I
did.
know. But
No.
well, here's a fair perception though. That's how it came off. You may not have been doing it, but the way you spoke and the way you were looking off camera, I felt like you had this like, I'm going to make sure to say the words that I put down on paper and I will make sure to say them. And these are the things that I got a little bit of passion, but again, there was a little bit of this cardboard disconnect where I wasn't like sure if you were being authentic. It's all the notes I really have. It was like, I got this, the word ambition. I love that you were using it. Ambition, stay with that. Work off of that word because it's a great word, number one, but also again, flesh out on that because again, I got this read that it was very like, I've got these cliche words and these phrases I'm going to say. So I'm going to make sure to say them.
Great.
Okay.
Got it.
Max. So what I love about some of your style is very conversational, which is great. For those who don't know, or may just need to refresh your brain, I do a podcast that is very conversational. If you listen to when I talk, I'm like the guy at the bar that's telling you his story. And Maxwell did the very similar thing. He's very conversational. He was like, let me tell you a story about who I am and what I'm about. Sit right down and have a cup of tea. It's very engaging that way.
Thank
However,
you. I
right,
really do appreciate that.
Yeah, no, it's a style that's very engaging. It's conversation.
My mother was from New York, so it's like if I don't talk like this, then I'm doing her a disservice. So
I love it. Here's the thing, though: your facial expressions don't match your words.
Mm-hmm.
You were happy or you were sad, but you just didn't. It was like you had the same face. I heard you say joyous words and passionate words, but I didn't hear your emotion behind it.
Mhm.
It was like, I'm really into wrestling and I'm really here for that. And I'm like I'd be like, I'm here. Yeah, wrestling. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. And again, this is chiming into that thing about if it feels over the top, maybe it should be. Maybe it feels weird to be yelly and excited or overexcited. I mean, there's times there's a concept in all of this wrestling that it's easier to pull somebody back if they're too much.
Right.
It's harder to pull teeth and get them out of a cage. But if you're just loud and crazy at the beginning, it's easier to dial that back and shave off some of the energy to hone it in versus somebody who's like, well, I'm going to tell you who I am and I don't know if I'm going to, am I okay? I don't know. Ooh.
Mhm.
Right?
I think my biggest issue personally with it was I was trying to hit notes like you said. I didn't write it out, but I was like, this is the formula I want to follow, and the angry one, that was the best one I did, and this is like what I told Joey the last time we did promo review. When it came from the heart and I didn't really think about it, it comes out better. Which is it's also me because when I was in high school, I did off the word stuff all the time for my high school sports show, but my director was like, you need to start learning how to read off the board, and it's still stuck in
I
my
get it.
head. Like
Yeah.
I'm rusty.
Unlearning. Right.
I'm
It's
rusty and I'm
unlearning.
learning. Yeah.
Right. It's unlearning and relearning. Right. I get
Mhm.
it. But again, match the emotion. If I'm sad, right? Look at sad people, right? They're a little hunched over,
Right.
shoulders a little drooped. Look at the body language of people that are happy or genuinely happy. I mean, lottery winners don't go, oh, I guess I won. I'm a lottery winner. All right.
Right.
I've won $100 million. They're like, oh my God, what? Ah! Ooh! Like they're bouncing around like a Super Ball that's just been thrown in a tiny room. They're like, what the fuck? Right?
Yeah.
Right? That kind
Absolutely.
of thing. So it's
Okay.
got to match. That's kind of where I went. Matt Wall. I see you, Matt Wall. Hide behind that word, Matt Wall. What was funny is when you did your happy, I love that you kind of whispered happy because you were like, hey, everybody, I'm Matt Wall. How's it going? It completely changed. It made you into like this teddy bear, which is funny because, again, what we've been seeing so far from Death Calhoun is death, right? And then all of a sudden he's like, I'm cuddly. But you were doing this like whisper happy. And that's the funny thing is like, it ties into an emotion. Like, it kind of really works for your character because if I saw you being like, oh my God, like every happy moment doesn't have to be a sugar high. It doesn't have to be spastic child. It can be, I'm very happy to be here. This is just very exciting. I'm so happy, right? It's that inner like geeky thing. But again, you veered into this weird dating profile feel of like, hey ladies, I'm I was like, oh, you had it, and then you just like you drifted, but it's okay. Once you hear it, once you go back, you'll be like, oh yeah, it kind of was a little bit, which is funny, right? So, but other than that, you're yelling and you're angry promos. I mean, obviously, you look like your character straight out of Mortal Kombat, or you know what I mean? It's right on. Go with more death. We love death, but I love the notion that you can also end up being soft, right? Mankind, probably dangerous looking and crazy and yelling and screaming and all this weird shit. But when he's like petting the kitten, right? It's like a different, right? He's been tranquilized. You can still pull that off, right? Because, we've got the soft, gentle Death Calhoun, right? He likes bubble baths and Enya. Ooh, right? So yeah, I love it. Keep the energy up. Kristen Bell. I know you, Kristen. Hello. We go way back. We've worked on Jack Wrestling Comedy. I know her. So here's what's interesting. You listed things. You were doing listing. But what's funny is that you were listing, like you were talking about why you wanted to be in wrestling or why wrestling's good, but you didn't connect it at all to yourself. you just kind of painted this picture of wrestling is great because I love, because the energy is amazing and it's entertaining and all these things, but I didn't connect the dots as to why you love wrestling, right? Again, it's just when you say things that are in your head and they seem to make sense until they are actually said, and then you're like, yeah, let me pull that back and point it to me, because you could tell others why wrestling's good, but what does it mean to you, right? I think this is going to be a great exercise for you, this getting to know you editing thing, because part of this editing game is really to focus on the words that mean something. You will all, I guarantee you, at least half the room is going to shock themselves when they do the 60-second promo and they say all these things, they get it in, and they're able to flesh it out, make all these words happen, and then they have to cut it in half. You're going to come real correct on what really means something, right? Because if you're all like, let me tell you what I feel, and I'm going to tell you all these things, and I'm number one, and this is what the thing and the stuff and the people, and I'm going to fill it with all this. Let me tell you, brother, and there's a reason why I'm here. And then you're like, oh, you got to cut that in half. You're going to be like, I'm here to do this thing, and I better do it. Done. Because it'll go by so fast, you won't even realize. You're like, shit. And then cutting it in 15 seconds. If there's ever a time to say what you mean and mean what you say, it's going to be in 15 seconds, because you better get it out. Get the message out. All right? So yeah, that's going to be a good thing. Why it's good for you. You definitely, if the fact that you are, you said something about, I think there was another thing you said, that ought to tell you something. That's another, you said that in one of your promos, it wasn't the bathroom one, it was the other one where you're just like, well, that ought to tell you something. That's another, that's another crutch phrase, because what does that really mean? That ought to tell you something. Well, if I'm standing here listening to you, well, tell me what that thing is. Unless you're in a, like, you're trying to point something out for the audience to grasp onto in a way where you're like, if you don't know what this means, well, this ought to tell you, like, but what if it doesn't tell you? So don't lead them to water and not allow them to drink, so to speak, right? That goes into the mean what you say and say what you mean, right? Let's see, who else? Sasha B. Are you here? There you are. I felt also you were reading. Were you reading? Did you have a script? Busted. Yeah, I can tell. Again, I've done this a few times. I can tell. It's okay. Again, nothing wrong. But again, perception-wise, I could tell. I could tell you were reading the words or trying to make sure, because that's the thing I've suffered from, and I suffered from this in my stand-up comedy. I wanted to make sure I was saying the right thing. And so I would catch myself thinking. You can tell when I'm thinking while I'm talking, because you're trying to catch up to the words in your head and you're trying to make sure you say them, because, right? Just if you write something out, start singing it like a song. Start saying it like you would say it. If I wrote out this thing where I'm like, Heather Monroe is the queen of Hollywood and she is going to destroy Lacey Ryan no matter what. Well, how would Halston Body say that? I mean, I could just say that. Heather Monroe is the queen of Hollywood and she will destroy all who come before her. And because of her amazing queen of Hollywoodness, she will destroy Lacey Ryan in all the matches that she will ever have. But how would I say it? Oh, darlings, let me tell you the news on the street. The news on the street is Heather Monroe is the queen of Hollywood, but you knew that already. Like, that's how Halston would say it, right? Do you see the difference? So this goes into your practice. You don't have to take one take. You can spice it up. You can do no takes. Just start saying it in the mirror and making sure it comes off right, or look at yourself doing it. Don't close your eyes. Open your eyes and watch yourself. It's weird, I know. But again, it's part of the game and how to get better, right? I feel like when you're saying stuff, you need to condense what you're saying, because you did a lot of saying the same thing over and over again. You repeated it's almost, it's not that you repeated cliches, but it's almost like you rattle off three things without saying anything. Get to that chorus. All right. I'm Sasha, and the entire women's division's on notice as of right now. Right. That kind of thing. Oh yeah, you were doing were you the one that said the peen and the vagine? Okay, I popped for that.
Because I want to get into, my whole thing is doing intergender wrestling. So me and Taylor want to be tag team and trying to fuck it up that way. So that's why I put the line in. So but I don't feel like anyone would know because the first day we told our goals. So
listen,
that's why I said it.
I'm letting you know. You get a star on the board. I popped so hard for that. Whether you got a peen or a vagine, I was like, vagine, yes, because I've said vagine many times, and I was laughing so hard because I was like, because my brain went, and I only speak real talk. My brain went, who says that in wrestling? Well, guess what? Sasha B says that in wrestling now because it's fucking hilarious. I mean, or like you say, you could be that poet. You'd be like, whether you got a peen, a vagine, or anything in between, we're gonna like. It sounds like a car salesman, but boy, people are gonna sing it. I'm singing it already. I'm like, whether you got a peen or a vagine, ha ha ha. Like, I might steal it. I'm not stealing it. I'm kidding. I won't steal it. But that's so good. Like it's moments like that where you might have thought that was a throwaway, or you're probably already, you might have been in your head going, I don't know if they're going to allow me saying that. Fuck. It's good. Right? So yeah. Stephanie. Is Stephanie in the house?
Yes.
There you are. Okay. Oh, you're under iPhone. Your name on the thing says iPhone. Hi, iPhone.
They cut my Wi-Fi off, so I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. So here's what you need. You need confidence.
I do.
Just going to say it out loud because you need to hear it. You need confidence. And here's why. It came off very quiet, very mousy. Mm-hmm. Now, that can be a character. However, bye, Matt Wall. He's saying bye in the chat. Again, that can be a character. If that's who you are, if you're a mousy, shy, but then you come out fighting, right? It could be a character. Mm-hmm. But here's why I can tell you are lacking confidence, and it's okay because we're here to inject vitamin C. You do a thing called uptalk. You know what uptalk is? Mm-hmm. And I want to talk like this, and I'm not sure if every word I say is a question, and I don't know how to but I'm going to tell you things, and they all go up at the end because you're not really sure what you're saying, I guess. Every end of your sentence went up like a question mark was at the end of your sentence. Mm-hmm. You got to break that. You have to break that because that is grating beyond words, but it's also just like, it's such a crutch because that's literally the definition of, you can tell you're thinking about what you're saying and you're not even sure you're right about saying it, I guess. Right?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Right.
Kind of was feeling that way.
Practice saying things with a period or an exclamation mark. Because everything you said in your promos was a question. I guess I'm a wrestler, but I could be a promo person. I almost wanted to put I guess at the end of everything you said. And you almost could. If you watch back your promo, and every pause you go, I guess, you're going to laugh out loud because that's how you sound.
I'm like, just like thinking about it, I'm just like cringing about that video.
But
yeah.
Here's the best part, and this is the hope spot for you. You got it out of your system. You fell on your face. It wasn't the best. I wish Joey, I got to find and ask Joey and Sylvia if they have my first promo. First of all, they like filmed it right in the dojo, and they're like, "You got 30 seconds. Tell us who you are." I got cut off. I didn't get it all out. I was stumbling and mumbling. Bleh. But guess what? It got out of my system. It made me realize, okay, holy shit, I got to get faster and edit myself and fuck and what I got to get rid of all these dumb cliches. Mm-hmm. That's part of this molding process. Now that you've got that shitty one out of the way, everything's going to be better. So that's your goal. Your goal is to get rid of that up talk. Because that up talk just reeks of lack of confidence. Okay. If you can come at me with, my name's Stephanie and I'm here because I have been sent by the gods themselves. Like, it's going to sound 1,000% more confident. Cool? And
Okay, thank
again,
you.
it's that fear principle. Don't be afraid. We're here to make it better. That's all it is. We're only going to make it better. We're not going to tear you down and make, oh, this is sucky. You're sure you should never do this again. That's never going to happen. We're only going to make it better. All right? So,
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you shy in normal life, by the way?
Honestly, it's just because I'm home and I feel awkward, like saying what I feel, like with my parents being like, oh, she's talking by herself, you know, like it's just so awkward for me. Yeah, it's just so weird. And like, I know I'm gonna do this in front of like a lot of people, but it's still so like awkward for me. It's also crazy because I took theater class in high school and I'm just like, I can't. I filmed over 30 videos and I don't know, I just couldn't pull it off. Right. I just felt so disappointed in myself that I couldn't pull it off because I know I can, but it was just, I don't know.
You are exposing such a valuable lesson for the entire room right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I should thank you. Be grateful for this moment because you are doing what every wrestler, every performer, every artist, every creator ever does. And that is beat themselves up and tear themselves down and hate their art because they're unsure of it or they don't believe in it or they think everyone's going to hate it or I have bruises from beating myself up so bad creatively because I think it's going to suck or I'm not sure if it's good or whatever. This is the time now to pull those barnacles off, to break that shell and get out of that shell because at the end of the day, if you're not happy with it, guess what? No one else will be. So you've got to give yourself more credit and you have to just take it in and keep trying because again, we all as artists and creative people destroy ourselves within. I'm the worst. My art sucks. That could have been better. Fuck, I wasn't happy with that. I've seen wrestlers coming back from matches. Hyde, I guarantee you've been in matches with wrestlers who have come back to the locker room after the match and fuck this shit. Fuck, that was the worst. And they're not yelling at you. They're not yelling at the locker room. They're mad at themselves because they wanted it to be better or they were disappointed in their performance or something they fucked up because they're seeking this perfection ring. You're nowhere near perfection. I'm 3 years in and change. I'm nowhere near perfection, right? I'm still learning. I'm still making mistakes. I've made mistakes. I've been in the wrestling business for 3 years. And have you all seen my fan gimmick? Has anybody seen my fan gimmick? Hold on 1 second. I don't have it. I have to go get one. Literally, I clack my fan open. Hold on, I got one. I just realized what it was. So this is what I do. I come out with Heather Monroe and I hold this way up in the air and I go, bam, right? Killer Bay, I got it backwards. Killer Bay. And I do that as part of the presentation. Heather comes out, she turns around, 1, 2, 3, bam! Woo! Killer Bay is here, darlings. For the first time in 3 years, indie shows, televised shows, backyard shows, promos, on camera, I dropped my fan on the entrance. I'm taping a Championship Wrestling from Hollywood episode. I come out with Heather and I'm like, yeah, and I go, and it literally just tumbles down. Now, my head popped. Fuck, I fucked it. Now, we didn't have a live audience, but my brain was thinking, I'm not in charge, so I shouldn't just call cut and do over. It's not my schedule. It's not my cameras. I'm not running the show. You can't just call cut, pal. Later on, I learned I could have because we had no audience. So I could have just been like, let's do that over. Fucked it up. But my brain went, whoa, shit, we're taping. Keep going. And so I looked at Heather and Heather looked at me and we went, all right. Da-da-da-da-da. And they eventually edited it out. I was so in my head, holy fuck. Oh my God, I've ruined wrestling. I've ruined my character. I've made Heather look terrible. I beat myself up mentally for about 30 minutes until I walked over to Nick and I walked over to Logan, who were the directors watching the show and the taping in the control room and calling camera shots to make sure their show looks amazing. And both of them went, "Oh, I didn't even see that. You dropped your fan?" Well, fuck, what was I beating myself up for 30 minutes so hard for? You didn't even fucking notice. No one noticed. No one cared. And guess what? They edited it out just enough that no one cared. No one went, "Ha ha, Halston dropped his fan. He looks like an idiot. Fuck him." But my brain went, "Ah, it was wrong. And I looked dumb and I dropped my precious fan." The things you care about the most, some people don't even give a fuck about. So when it comes to your creative brain, please do not, as best as you can, and it sometimes takes practice, it sometimes takes mantra, it sometimes takes yoga. I don't know what you need to do. Light a candle, burn some sage. I don't know what it takes, but try your best not to beat yourself up, because there's plenty of people in the peanut gallery that will do that for you. You don't need to tear down your own product. You don't need to beat yourself up, because if you need help creatively, that's what we're here for, right? That's what I'm here to go. Try this, edge that out, round this corner out. It's a little sharp. Maybe say it this way. Try it with a little less this or a little more that. It's just rounding out that clay that we're trying to mold. So when you're in week 3, and you're babies, you're barely out of the womb. I mean, I might have to call for a C-section on some of you. But at the end of the day, you are too young and it's too fresh for you to be beating yourself up and tearing yourself down over your first 60-second promo or your second 60-second promo. Babies, and I say that with love. I'm still learning myself. I'm still out there trying to figure out different things and learn different things, and it's always be learning. So if you can early on catch yourself from doing that destructive behavior, which is, "I'm terrible. That was awful. Nobody gets it. My parents think I'm weird." You're fucking weird. Guess what? We're all fucking weird. I was a weirdo in high school. I was a weirdo in college. I was a weirdo as an adult. I'm still a weirdo at 47 years old. Put on your weirdo pants and just wear them, because nobody fucking cares. And the people and realistically, the people you think do care don't give a shit. The people that don't care do give a shit. You're gonna find so many surprises in life when you put on these blinders and go, "Oh, everyone thinks I'm weird." They already do, and they don't care. That's why they're your friends. That's why they're your parents. They're not stoning you off the island because you're a weirdo into wrestling. And guess what? You're going to find friends that aren't your friends. You're going to find people in your life who don't understand. They don't understand your wrestling world. They don't care. They think you're weird. They think it's something else. Some of them think it's porn. Some of them think it's sexy. I don't fucking know. They have their own thing about it, and they will be intimidated by you. They won't want to approach you. I'm going to tell you a story after. I'm going to get through the next few things, but I'm going to tell you some Halston Body stories of things I've experienced in the wrestling world that will make you go, "Yeah, that's fucking dumb. Stick with wrestling." Rhea Pacheco, are you here? Rhea, there you are. Are you here? Hello, Rhea with the hats. Passion. I got passion. I almost wanted you to start crying. You were so passionate about it. Turn that up, because it sounds like you've got something deep in there. And it was, the bubbles in the water were starting to show, but it wasn't fully boiling yet.
Okay.
Draw from your passion, because when I was watching your stuff, I was like, "Ooh, I'm getting passion. I wrote down the word crying. I was like, oh, I almost want a tear I'm here for a reason, like with a tear in my eye. Come on, Ric Flair, let's do it, right?" So yeah, that's what I got out of yours.
Do you have any like suggestions or like any exercises? Because I did have problems with that when I was in dance, like emoting and going farther than what I can do. So I definitely need like an exercise or something.
Pro tips: watch or tap into your favorite actors, actresses, dramas, comedies. What made you laugh so hard at that movie? What made you cry in that movie? What made you angry in that movie? Try to do it outside of wrestling, because it'll give you a fresher perspective. We could all tap into our favorite wrestling. Oh, I was so, I can tell you, I was literally in my feels and a tear in my eye when the Ultimate Warrior beat Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 6. Telling you. We stood up from the couch. We were cheering. The girls who were into Hogan were crying. We were like, oh my God, this is the moment. Ah! Tap into those things. We can come up with all the wrestling ones, but think about movies, TV shows that you've invested in. What made you draw into that actor, right? I love the way that actor looks, or his face, or his eyebrow, or whatever. What makes them handsome? What makes them sexy? What makes them ugly? What makes them hate you? Like, start analyzing that. Okay. It's a weird thing Chris Rock once said. Hyde has heard me tell this story before. Chris Rock, very famous comedian. And as a comedian, I definitely understand this perception. Imagine walking the earth being completely naive and not paying attention to anybody or anything. And you're just kind of getting through life, floating by, not really noticing things. I mean, you notice certain things, but it's not, you're kind of naive to the ways of the world and a little dumb. And it doesn't have anything to do with age. There are 60-year-olds who are dumb as fuck and don't know how to write a check, or, they're still using checks at the grocery store. I mean, listen, we all have levels, right? I've seen some smart 19-year-olds who are smart as a whip and more worldly than I've seen 60-year-olds, my parents included. So tap into these things that draw emotion from you or for you. And they can be cartoons. They can be certain actors, the way they smile, the way they emote, or where is it coming from, right? Just think about that. That's what you're pulling from. It doesn't have to be mimicking. It has to draw from where you come from. I have to ask you, have you ever been in a high school fight? Have you ever scrapped?
Not like a physical fight, but.
Have you ever had, do you have any siblings? Have you ever you've never scrapped with anybody ever? You've never gotten to a boiling point anger in your life that you scrapped?
Well, me and my brother are like pretty far apart, so we get along, but we do like slap the shit out of each other sometimes, like playfully, not like.
Right. But really, you've never had anybody draw your ire so hard that you were seeing red?
Oh yeah, I have, but I haven't like done anything about it.
But it's in there. It's bottled up. It's in there. That's what you need to uncork. What takes you to that level? If you have to write it out, what are my 3 biggest peeves? What draws me? You want to watch me get angry? I'll tell you right now, I'll share a little secret. Watch me get real angry and make really angry, very, not even passive aggressive, almost aggressive faces. Eat in front of me and chew with your mouth open. I will crawl out of my skin and become hell and brimstone will come out of my eyes if I hear you knotching on your popcorn loud with your mouth open. I will stab you with any sharp object I can get my hand on. And it's taken me years to figure that out. I used to wonder why it would annoy me, and then I listened to it, and I was like, fuck, close your fucking mouth. But that's very specific, and it's very peeve-like. Think about other things that would annoy you or get you really angry. Anybody here have kids? Anybody? Nobody with kids? Okay, I don't know your life. But think about that. Like, if somebody came after my mother, if somebody did something to me, what would draw that out of you? Time for some soul searching, time for some navel gazing. Hey, I got a 4-day weekend over Thanksgiving weekend. What's that?
I'm like, I do have kids, so I know the feeling.
Right. So, you would, if somebody came up and slapped the shit out of your kid right in front of you, you get, hold my gold. I'm getting the Vaseline on the knuckles. We're going, right?
Yep.
You know. Hyde knows. Hyde, what gets you mad? What gets you real mad?
Well, not something that someone does, but when sweat goes in my ear in like my headset or my headphones when I'm working out, I get so fucking pissed. I'm like, fuck.
But see, that's the type of thing. If we were to like stand you in front of a promo and you had to talk about how pissed you were about something, I guarantee you, if you went into your brain and went, how does it feel when water gets in my ears with the fucking headphones? Fuck! Like, there it is. It would come out of you. Rah! Right? That's where that genuineness comes out of. So yeah, keep in mind, it could be the littlest things that sets you off. Whew! I hate it when somebody interrupts me and talks over me. That's years of customer support training and being on phones talking to asshole customers. If you're talking while I'm talking, you're not listening. Oh, that drives me crazy. Shut the fuck up and listen, right? I've had to learn how to listen myself. I've had to learn I'm very verbose. I love to talk. Oh, let's go somewhere and Bible talk. That is my life theme. That's going to be on my gravestone. However, I have absolutely had to learn and practice in moments when wrestlers are trying to be creative or the creative heads are trying to come up with ideas, how to edit myself so I'm not just steamrolling words and I have to talk because I have to verbose. Like, I've had to learn how to take a step back in wrestling and listen and pay attention and understand other people's perspectives and because we all want to write our own scripts. We all want to write our own movies. We all want to write our own fantasy wrestling world. But sometimes you got to learn how to step back, take it in, do what's best, and move on. That's how we do it. LVG2Ed, are you still here? Yes, you are. There you are. I love that weird cryptic. What the hell? Love. What is that? Tell me.
Living Dead.
Oh, got it. I'm like, it's like trying to read a license plate where I'm like, what is that saying? Loving to Ed? I don't know. Who is this? Right. So you were on a fence with me. Half of me was asleep. Half of me was like, oh my God, what? Huh? Hello? He's still talking. Okay, good. But the other half of me was like, he could have something here. Watch Jake the Snake promos. Watch Jake the Snake promos. Because that guy was sleepy as fuck. He didn't have, I'm Hulk Hogan, I'm Macho Man, yell emotion. He was like, listen, I'm going to draw you in with my words. Get closer. Because what happens when you talk in a more sleepy tone, it makes people naturally go, like they almost want to turn up the volume on their TV sets a little bit because they're not sure but it draws them in. I mean, if you do that in human nature, if you're talking to somebody and you suddenly go, come here. Watch a human being, they'll immediately go, what? Are you sharing a secret or some gossip? I want to lean in, right? You could play into that as a strength if you stay that way. However, again, I was on a fence because half of me was like, this guy isn't confident, doesn't really know what to say, and he's very drone about, I'm going to tell you some things about myself, and I want you to pay attention. You can get away with that if what you're saying means something and is engaging, and that's where the fence was. So if you stay sleepy, give me some meat on that bone. If you take an energy drink before you do things, I want to see some life into that voice. Because again, could have went either way with me. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Who else? What else I write down for? Max Moore. I wrote Max. No, I think I already wrote you down because you did 2 promos. Hannah. Are you still here, Hannah? Hannah? Slow down.
Okay.
You had a lot to say, which was great, but the problem is you had so much filler, it caused you to speed up really fast because you had a lot to say, but it didn't really mean a lot, and you just kept talking, and you were like, I'm passionate about things, but I'm going to keep saying things, and I'm just going to... Realistically, it was actually a good exercise for you to word vomit and just get things out of your system. You're a perfect example. If everybody goes back and watches her promos, you're going to be a perfect example of how to edit chunks out of your promo to make it mean something when you get rid of all that filler to really get it. I got to keep talking. I got to get 60 seconds in, and I better say things, and I better just, here are some words, and I'm going to say them, and you lose meaning. If it's the equivalent of who listens to rock music.
Yeah.
Who likes guitar solos? Guitar solos, right? So here's a guitar solo. 1,000 notes in an hour. because I'm pressing everybody. Cool, right? I fucking love Eddie Van Halen. Fuck. Some amazing solos and some fucking fancy guitar work from Steve Vai. But boy, if you've ever been to a concert and you hear somebody just hit one crunchy, loud fucking crang, ooh, you feel that in your ribs, don't you? Ooh. Oh, that one's stuck. That one, I get fucking blasted with that one. That's an important thing to think about with your words. You can say a word salad and get a million words out of your mouth. However, if there's nothing if there's no salad dressing or tomatoes or onions in that salad, it's just a bunch of wet lettuce. So slow down, make your words more impactful. Realistically.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tino. Did I write that right down? No.
Yeah.
Tino. No, I did write Tino. I was like, did I write your name again? One thing I noticed, I wrote this down again because I saw a second promo of yours. I wrote this word down, poetry. You had a sort of poetry flow going, even though we went back to their promo and I was talking about how you were kind of scripted.
Mhm.
You definitely, there was a flow vibe to it, which I liked. Now, does that mean you have to be Nipsey Russell? Does that mean you have to be like, I'm a poet and I don't even know it? You don't have to be corny. You don't have to be, obvious, like the Genius. Everybody remember the Genius, where he would tell these poets, and it was very sing-song, rhymey poetry.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you can RP. So we were RP Nipsey Russell. You can just be smooth about it. You just make it. It's almost like you're not forcefully being a poet. It's just naturally coming out of you.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You don't have to, it's just like what I do with Halston Body. I don't have to present myself as somebody of like, look at my fashion. I'm a fashion guy. I just be fashion. So maybe start practicing your natural rhymes and just like say things that naturally seem like you're not trying to be a poet, but you just naturally flow and they work together.
All right.
But make that your natural vernacular. Start talking in rhymes, or they don't have to be that sing-song rhyme where it's da 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 da. It doesn't have to be that. It can just be come around to it rhymes or whatever. It's just play with that, because I even in your scripting I saw kind of a natural sort of poetic vibe to what you were saying. So lean into that a little bit.
All right.
Let's see who's left. Willie O, I did not watch yours. You're on my list. I have you written down, but I did not give you critique yet. But I will watch your promos. I have off tomorrow, and I will be doing my homework, because as an instructor, I got to do homework too. I got to pay attention to you. I got to pay attention to you kids. Taylor, I did not watch yours. Did you do promos?
No, I didn't submit a promo this week. I had family concerns. I wasn't able to do so, but
Kidding.
I've been scolded. I'll get to it. I promise.
I get it. Listen, again, my door is open. My windows are open. There is no punishment or chiding for if something goes astray in your life and you are not going to be able to squeeze in your promo time. Just reach out to me, because I'd rather hear you say, hey, Bob, life is fucking weird this week. Thanksgiving and family and weird. I'm going to try to do it this weekend. I'd rather hear that than bullshit excuses or nothing. If I don't hear anything, I feel like then you're just not even part of the class. Why are you here, right? But it's okay. Again, just that's for everybody. If something's in the way of your life, I'm not here to punish you. There's no there's no grades. It's all for you at the end of the day. So if something is in your way, just let me know. Not a big deal at all. Who else did I not get? Osvaldo and Thomas. I love there's two people in here. Are they actually here? There they are. There's Osvaldo. He's here. You've been hiding and just holding out on us this entire time?
Yeah, man. Sometimes you got to save the best for last. Sometimes you got to.
See, you like that promo? He's pumping himself up already, making himself bigger than he already is. Damn. No, it's okay. Osvaldo, please get some promos in. Please.
Yeah. Well, my promo. Hold on. Give me one sec.
Oh, we caught him in the bathroom.
Yeah. Basically, my name is Mr. Oswald.
No, I don't want you to do them right now. I'm just saying,
okay.
like, record them and put them into the class thing.
Okay.
I love it. Put
Yeah.
them on. Do a promo right now. All right. Yeah. Do your homework.
Yeah, I mean, as far as my character, I've been practicing it for quite some time, and what really helped me was Darwin. As far as his science gimmick, it really boosted my confidence right there. And at the same time, I realized, you know what? I may not have the best promo, but is there such thing as speech promo? Like, let's say, let's say you don't have the right words, but let's say you talk like Umaga or Kane, like the old version.
There we go. Here we go. Ready? Osvaldo,
Mm-hmm.
you just pointed out something very, very, it could be obvious to some people in the room, but I don't know what everybody knows here. Do you ever wonder why managers exist in the wrestling world?
Really?
Do you ever wonder? I mean, some people already, I see some nodding heads, they know. The reason why wrestling managers sometimes exist is because the person they're with doesn't know how to talk themselves out of a paper bag.
Yeah.
Umaga, you said the word Umaga. I'm like, bingo. That dude probably couldn't cut a promo to save his life.
Yeah.
He just could yell and grr and smash Umaga. Like, there's a reason why Paul Heyman is with Roman Reigns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm not busting any balls. I'm being honest, and Dom will tell you. I was with Dom Kubrick for a year because Dom just wasn't great at promos.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting better, but he's learning too. He's not the best at, he is the king of overthinking. I literally got him to do a promo, and I was trying to have him cut a promo on me for Ground Zero. It took like at least 14 takes.
Wow.
Now you're thinking, oh, Dom Kubrick, SoCal Rookie of the Year? How could that be?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Listen, I was with Dom for a reason, because I have the gift of gab and I could sell Dom to the masses. Really, if anybody paid attention, Hyde and Osvaldo might have paid attention, and maybe Kristen, but anybody else, if you didn't pay attention or if you weren't around at all during the first year, 2 years ago, Dom Kubrick didn't talk one word for his entire first year of wrestling by design, because I spoke for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't because we were trying by LVZZ. It's not because we wanted to shut him out and never have him speak. It just was very clear early on that Dom could wrestle the fuck out of wrestling, but he was not at all good when they put a mic in his mouth. So when Joey saw me in wrestling class, in manager class, and saw my gift of gab and where I was possibly going with Halston Body, he was like, you two, I have a project for you to work on together. And it worked, because I was the pitch man and the salesperson and the spokesmodel for Dom Kubrick. And all Dom Kubrick had to do was flex his muscles, show off his abs, do a whole bunch of great wrestling in the ring. And guess who became the SoCal Rookie of the Year? He didn't have to speak one fucking word. And he won Rookie of the Year. Now, could I beat my chest and it's because of me? Realistically, yes, there is a part of my character that sold him, but his wrestling ability got him to where he is. So there was a reason I was with Dom, and I work with him again. But realistically, what I'd like to work with him, if I worked with him again, I would also want to train him on how to do his own promos better. Bye, Willio. I'll get you that critique soon. You know what I mean? There's a reason why certain wrestlers are with these guys, because they're better talkers than the wrestlers, and the wrestlers just got to be athletic pieces of meat.
Like The Undertaker and Paul Bearer?
Right. Undertaker and Paul Bearer is an interesting thing, because it's not like Paul Bearer had to talk for The Undertaker because The Undertaker couldn't cut promos. The Undertaker cut promos. You look at his early stuff, he was like, I come from the ashes. Like, he had to be the Undertaker. The reason why him and Paul Bearer worked is Paul Bearer was the complete opposite.
Yep.
Right? Here's this stoic death, clouds, crows, black. You don't see his eyes, bleh, right? You don't want him to speak. He is the walking equivalent of the loud Kerrang. Brrr. And meanwhile, Paul Bearer is on the side going, woo, and being the mealy guy. And that's why it works.
Yep.
Right? Paul Heyman works with Brock Lesnar because Brock Lesnar can't. I don't want to hear Brock Lesnar talk because he's just a giant pile of muscle meat who should be smashing buildings and crushing heads. I don't want to hear Brock going, I'm Brock Lesnar and I'm here to kill you. Like that, I know. When Brock, you know when Brock Lesnar is the best? When he's trying to be funny.
Oh, yeah.
When he's putting on a boombox and trying to be hip hop. That is the best Brock Lesnar because he's not this pile of meat just going, bah. Goofy Brock. Goofy Brock is exactly what you need on a Brock Lesnar every once in a while to break this just this muscle head. Right? And that's why Paul Heyman is there on his side because Paul Heyman's the pitch man selling you the car known as Brock Lesnar.
Yep.
Right? Brock Lesnar doesn't have to talk. He doesn't have to. He's got Paul Heyman going, Brock Lesnar, like, and the crowd singing along with it. Roddy Piper was a legend. If that guy was never a wrestler, he would be the best manager ever because that guy could sell and talk and shit and all these things that he could do with his
everything.
Yes,
everything.
Right.
Yeah.
I also want to tell you this too. This is something to keep in mind, and we'll go over it again in class because half the class isn't here.
Okay.
When it comes to doing promos against people, Hyde, you're my mortal enemy, and I'm going to slay your entire family in front of you and cut your children's head off and make you drink their blood. I mean, that's how much I hate you. And then when we're all done with that, I'm going to, rape your wife. I mean, literally, I'm so angry. I know I'm hitting all these trigger words, but listen, when you're trying to kill somebody in the wrestling ring, we are not doing roasts. We are not doing slay them down to make them feel like they're the worst human being in the entire world and they don't matter. The point of wrestling promos is to just one up. You're one-upping, right? Because wrestling is momentum and wrestling is a build-up and wrestling is a story. If I just had my first match and Hyde is my opponent and I have to do a social promo, and this is my first time I've ever experienced Hyde as a wrestler, and Hyde and I are going to have this match at Ground Zero in September of 2021, and wrestling's back. Great. Hyde's your opponent. I'm not going to come out with my first promo. Ground Zero, you are going to watch a murder on Saturday night, October 19th, because Hyde is going to die in that ring after I slit his throat, crack his skull, and murder him. He will never wrestle again. Done. Well, fuck. If that doesn't happen, one, I want my money back. And two, wow, you are going for the fucking jugular? This is the first time you met this guy. Jesus Christ, calm down. But to build it up. Bye, Tino. To build it up, you go back and forth. It's a cat and mouse. It's a Tom and Jerry. It's a It's putting your hands on the baseball bat so you get to the top. Mm-hmm. So to get your brain to learn how to start to write promos against people and opponents, build them up, but one up them. Hyde, you may have the best hair in the wrestling business. You may have all the sponsorships in the world from Garnier Fructis. I don't care if you have hair like Rapunzel. I've had hair, and I know what it's like to be in the hair business. So if you think you can bring that long, flowing locks into my ring and think that you're going to beat the guy who invented the bald cuts, you got another thing coming, pal. See how that works? versus me just going, fuck Hyde and fuck his mother and he can go to hell. Eat shit, asshole. Like, that's not wrestling promo. You're giving them a little bit of credit to acknowledge the fact that they're a worthy opponent, and then you are one-upping them. Or if you're clever enough of a writer, you can throw a dig in there and make it count, but it's got to be good, and it can't be, and you're a piece of shit. But anyway, it's gotta make sense. The Rock was the king of doing it. The king of passive aggressive compliments and making you feel like an idiot without having to tear you down completely. You've seen the gif of him with the Nation of Domination, and he goes, like, he makes that face. I can't even, you've seen him where he's like, right? He's not even saying words, but just conveying this message like, this guy, fuck. Like, it's so perfect. Sometimes an emotion in a face will tell the story.
So the facial expressions pretty much tell the story, huh?
Again, watching half of these promos, you all said very good words. There are very nice words that meant things. But the minute you start connecting that face, the minute you start giving the eye or the brow ridge or the furl or the it paints the picture for your audience. Because again, I could say the meanest words in the world. Watch me say it. Does this translate to anybody? Hyde, you have the worst hair in this business, and I'm going to prove it on Saturday night. You are by far the meanest, the worst, the ugliest, and you have the worst smelling hair I've ever experienced in history and time. I can't wait to see you there. I hope to see you on Saturday, but look out because I will destroy you. But if I'm like, you son of a bitch, Hyde, whoa, like, I haven't even said anything, but you can tell I'm pissed. You can tell I'm coming at you. Woo, we got you. It's called reading the room. Whoa, what is going on? You can tell on people. In human life, you know when someone's mad and they're approaching you. Yes? You see it coming. You can smell the energy a mile away. Oh, someone's in a mood. Like, right? You know when people are hyperactive. Oh, calm down. Would you have too many cups of coffee? Slow down there. Slow your roll. In human life, we react to these things and do these things. So when you're painting the picture for a wrestling audience who's sitting on the couch eating their popcorn or their cheese doodles and they're enjoying their WWE network, and you're just being like, I am a wrestler and I am here to tell you things. Click, next. I need something loud and I need something to bite into.
Hey, Austin, I got a question. Have you ever watched Superman, the cartoon?
The like old school, like
kind of like we're with Bizarro.
Well, I mean, I've seen Superman in like the Justice League and all that. Like, get to the point? What
like,
about it?
Like, I think it was. I'm not sure if it was either the '90s version. It's the one that has Bizarro in it.
Okay.
The way he talks. It's because my thing was when I first started liking wrestling, I've always had that idea of using. Since I have a shitty promo, I was thinking maybe I can use like a bad speech promo where I can use like kind of like the way Bizarro talks, like me Superman, me real man.
Listen, if you're gonna do a voice and you're gonna do caveman character, you gotta commit. And you've got to talk like that all the time. So there's a danger in painting yourself into a corner with being funny voice guy or weird voice guy, because if you do it once, they're going to want you to do it all the time. So if you're not committing to caveman and you break character, bye Sasha. If you break character and you suddenly can't commit to, I mean, that's absolute study in language and making sure you know how to be that character in every way possible. Sad caveman, angry caveman. So you're adding another layer. This is why this homework is so important, because bye Kristen. you know, that's why I want you to do these promos as yourself first, because it's easy to be funny voice guy or angry voice guy all the time. You've got to be that all the time then. So be careful what you wish for. You don't want to be painted into. Let's talk about Goldust for a second. He did that stuttering gimmick. He wasn't going to do that forever. It was a moment in time that was only going to be funny until the joke wasn't funny anymore. So be careful. Hyde played this crazy crazy hair and jungle hair. Hyde, he's out. Well, he's got to keep that energy up. He's got to be that guy. He can't just be like, I'm crazy in the ring and I'm pulling my hair and I'm out. Hyde, what do you think about your next match? Well, here's what I think about my next match. My next match is, no, you're going to be like, I'm hot. You got to be that way. So that's what you say. You got to commit to the character. Own that character. You're allowed to do it. I'm not saying you can't. You got to own it. You got to own it. And you got to keep developing it and making it work as that character. Because otherwise, again, if you give up on it, so will the audience.
Yeah, they will. Nice talking to you, man.
Commit.
You got it,
Hi,
man.
Taylor. All right, so it's 9:00. I'm going to get going soon, too. Any other questions or last-minute things? Maxwell?
That should do it.
So I just kind of I'm always brainstorming character stuff. I'm obviously going for manager. Commentator and stuff is always available. I would love to do it. But it's more of like I'm trying to think of how to incorporate a character who is all about thinking and getting the wrestler to the elevated status of like a world champion type thing without saying like, oh, well, if whoever I'm managing loses, like, how do I recover from that type thing? Because it's like,
real talk, there was like two questions in there. One is, how do I be a thinking guy?
I'm saying more of like, if I do a character like that, like a character who's all about like the method of pro wrestling, or this is what makes you a champion, I guess, how do you do it without looking like an ass when your client loses?
Well, I mean,
I guess
one, it depends on the storyline, right? Because if you really notice, people don't, unless it's part of a storyline where the losses mean something, meaning like, this is a tournament, and if I don't win this match, I don't get the belt. Well, obviously that loss means something, especially when you're so close to the ring and you can almost get it, and you're touching the brass ring. There's a a comeback kid story in there, or there's a right now they're doing that Primetime Live. Mike Bennett, aka Mike Kanellis, is the underdog story who needs his redemption, right?
Right.
So it depends. Now, like, if you're a wrestler and you're trying to be confident in your wrestling as a character, I mean, paint this in character and storyline only. This is not you as a human and you as a shoot person. If your storyline is that you're this tough and ready to fight wrestler and you take a loss, well, what does a guy who's tough and ready to fight do when he takes a loss? He gets up and he gets the dust off his shoulders. Yeah, I've taken some losses, but I'm here to keep fighting. Like, are you a fighting champion? Or do you take that loss and as part of the storyline where you're like dejected and you got to go back to the drawing board and hang your head and contemplate life and sit on a mountaintop and understand why this loss meant so much to you?
Right.
There's so many ways to paint that story that it could be anything. It could be, this is the last time you're seeing me in wrestling because I'm so sad over this I'm so dejected after this loss, I can't even face my family. Or it could be, what's a loss to you? Who cares? Like, I mean, you know what I mean? We're not here to count wins and losses. We're here to fight the fight. And
right.
There's so many ways to write that I hate to tell you that Santa Claus isn't real. Nobody cares about wins and losses.
No, and I agree with that. I'm saying it's more of
AEW is now counting wins and losses.
Right, which is
it's new and fresh.
It's different.
It's different.
Right.
Nobody is doing that because now people have records to talk about. I mean, in wrestling, if you actually kept score-like records Do you
Right.
think the champions who are champions would be champions?
No.
No, because
Never.
they go through a shit ton of losses to get to winning.
Right.
They have to. That's part of a story. If somebody just came in and steamrolled and won every match ever and win, who boo, nothing
Yeah.
to care about. But you've got this guy who comes from nothing and has been beaten down. Why do you think Heath Slater was such a fun story?
Yeah.
I got kids. I'm here to fight, man. I don't care if I get thrown into a fucking wall. I got kids. Right? So you
Right.
immediately didn't care if he lost. You just wanted him to keep his job, right? Like
Right.
it didn't matter. The losses and wins didn't matter. When Real Talk as wrestling fans, when do we care the most about wins and losses? It's almost too obvious of a question.
It's what the
When there's a
whatever the
championship
storyline. Yeah.
on the line.
I would say storyline or championship.
Storyline,
Yeah.
right? It's the only time when somebody's going for the belt, or this could be their one chance at glory, or finally he gets his shot at championship. Kofi Kingston, when Kofi was getting shot at the championship, the internet blew up. Finally, Kofi gets his shot. Yeah, go Kofi. Even if you didn't care about fucking Kofi Kingston, all your
Right.
wrestling fandom, you were like, oh, yes, suddenly the underdog gets his shot. And he's not an underdog. He's a team player. Like, I love underdog stories.
Right.
I love when somebody they've been downtrodden and they've been pushed aside and they've been, this is the hooker with a heart of gold and she's going to finally win her. Yeah, I hate the jocks on the high school table. I want the picked on bully to win that championship.
Yeah. No, of course, always.
That's just me. Other people love,
and I agree with you with that. I'm like that too.
Brock Lesnar, and they just want to see Brock Lesnar beat people up and make them bleed and hate and kill and stab and be an asshole. Bah. Like some people love that. That guy who reviewed me for my first SoCal Uncensored review hates character and fun in wrestling. If you ever read his stuff, this is why I had to get perspective. If you ever read any of his Facebook or his reviews, anything that's even close to MMA, he's like, I love it. Karrion Kross, he's the best. I love him. Grr, MMA, destroy. But the minute you get like a Velveteen Dream or some goofy character, what is that? Gay? Yeah, like he hates it. So you got to take these reviews and these things with a grain of salt because again, it's all perspective. Wrestling's subjective. This is the other hope spot I want to give you. What people may go, oh, this is terrible. What you're doing sucks. Yeah. But what this group of people may hate, this group of people over here may be like, fuck yes.
Right.
More of this, please.
Mm-hmm.
And all you've got to do is focus on the people who want more of it. The minute you start trying to please the people who don't give a fuck in the first place,
you're lost.
You're lost. You're not doing it for the people that care, and you're chasing something that may never be attainable, which is critical credit from somebody that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Like the most critically shitty people that people shit on. I mean, we joke about Juventud Guerrera, and you watch some of the WCW matches where it is sloppy as fuck, and he is not hitting those moves, and he's falling off ropes, and it's just messy. But nobody walks around going, fuck Juventud Guerrera. Everyone's like, Hoovy juice. Yeah, I love Hoovy. Just brought an energy, and I love him. Yeah, like, right. But we don't sit there and focus on their shittiness. I mean, yeah, it's fun to look at those clips, and you're like, oh, God, what were we watching?
Right.
But at the end of the day, sometimes character wins over style and technique.
Right.
Again, Santino Marella. I don't remember a single fucking match that guy had, but I sure remember the snake. Ooh, the fucking snake, right?
Yep.
Right? Sometimes these characters, they just do that one thing, and people, like, I don't remember many Rikishi dances, but I sure remember him dancing with Too Cool. Like, that was fun, right? I remember him going, I did it for The Rock. I did it for the people. Like, That's all. Like we can wax reminiscent, but sometimes it's not even about the wrestlers; it's about the characters. I don't remember some of these matches, but boy, I fucking remember that. I remember Alex Wright with that fucking dance on WCW. Like, does anybody remember the Blue Meanie? Blue Meanie has never won a championship in his entire fucking life, but boy, I remember the BWO and the media dance. I remember that, right? So sometimes wrestling isn't about wrestling. Wrestling sometimes, I want everybody to do extra credit homework if they want to. Look up a YouTube video. It's about 17, 18 minutes long, and it's called Wrestling Isn't Wrestling.
Oh my God, I love that video.
And it tells you,
amazing.
I almost want to share that with everybody in wrestling class because it's so correct about why wrestling sometimes isn't about wrestling. It's not. It's sometimes about the story that we're all falling for and wanting to follow, because right now in Championship Wrestling from Hollywood, is anybody watching? Anybody? Nobody? I implore you to watch Championship Wrestling from Hollywood. CW30. It's on YouTube for free every Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Record it.
Just watch it.
Yep, that too.
Here's why. Because right now we have Damian Sandow, a.k.a. Aaron Stevens, a.k.a. Aaron Rex. He is one of the creative writers and the agents of the show. That dude loves characters. He's a great character. I couldn't tell you most famous Damian Sandow match is the Mizdow versus Miz at Wrestle. I remember that. But all of his other stuff, I don't remember his matches, but I sure remember his fucking character. I fucking laughed. That guy, yes, more Damian Sandow, please. Fuck, love that guy. So it's translating into the show now because now it's more story and more character. And one of the most riveting stories right now isn't really involving wrestling. I mean, yes, that is part of the byproduct of what's happening, but it's about Nico Marquez, the head matchmaker of Championship Wrestling from Hollywood, being a chauvinistic pig and not giving a shit about the women's division, to the point where the women's division is revolting. And I'm part of the fuck Nico Marquez team because I'm clearly with the queen of Hollywood and women's wrestling, Heather Monroe. So yes, there's wrestling happening, but the story here is save women's wrestling, number one. And number two, fuck Nico Marquez. The women deserve a spotlight. Does that have anything to do with the actual wrestling matches? Not at all. It's a story to get people to buy in and go, yeah, it's causing people to pick a side. Do you care about women's wrestling? Yes or no? If you're doing the thing with the paper with the, do you love me? Yes or no? Or the flow chart. Do you want women's wrestling? Yes. Okay, great. Well, how do we do that? Fuck Nico Marquez. Well, how do we fuck him? Well, he's going to fuck with us. It's a story within a story. Right now, there's a best of 7 going on with Heather Monroe and Lacey Ryan. And it's been on pause because of scheduling with Lacey and trying to get her from Vegas, and no drama. It's just real talk. It's just a scheduling conflict. No one's caring that isn't going on right now. We're not rushing to the end of that, but it's still there. Because right now it's being circumvented by the fact that Nico Marquez is a chauvinist piece of shit. And Heather and I are doing our best in storyline to one-up him. Oh, you're not going to get the champion. We're going to get rid of the women's division. The fuck you will. We're saving the women's division. And we saved it. Well, there's not going to be a women's championship belt because I'm Nico Marquez. The fuck there isn't. We're going to get a championship belt. Okay, now you have a championship belt. Well, it's not going to be you that's going to win it. The fuck it ain't. It's going to be us.
And it just builds and builds and builds.
Character.
And it's good.
That's how it works. We're not going for the jugular. And then on top of it, the best part is, so we got all these side storylines. Well, guess what the blow-off is? The best of 7 between Lacey Ryan is for the women's championship belt. Both stories go together. Boom. Not only you have the blow-off and you finally have the best of 7 being completed between these two warriors in the ring who have been fighting neck and neck and they're going at it. But now there's a carrot at the end of the stick. Now there's a prize that's worth watching for. Sorry, if you're a wrestling fan like me, my 14-year-old self is going, more.
Yeah.
Yes. What?
No,
Who's
I've
going to
got
win?
goosebumps.
Who's
I
going to
got
win? Is
goosebumps
Nico
from that.
Martel's
So
going to
yeah.
get power? What's going to happen? Is Halston Body going to get? I want to know more. So yeah, it's sometimes not about the wrestling. Just how it is.
No, and I agree with that. I agree with that. But that gives me better perspective on what you mean. So and I appreciate that.
Right. If there's ever one thing I can always provide people is perspective.
It's funny though, because I'm trying to make that like not my catchphrase, not my gimmick, but something I move in, because when you are the quote unquote first wheelchair manager, which is what I'm trying to be, that's what you have. You have a different perspective. So that's something I've been trying to roll into my tagline.
And again, don't knock ideas out of your hand before you've ever
Mhm.
used them. If you're thinking, I want the word perspective, use the word.
Mm-hmm.
Use that and use it until and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. Maybe people are like, oh, I love this perspective guy. Oh, the king of perspective or whatever. I mean, listen, people in wheelchairs have been called all sorts of things to create a character. Wheels of justice. Like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we've heard it, like birds of prey. Like, all these people, like, there's so many ways to, like, literally, Halston Body, somebody gave me a fucking tagline. Again, I'm 3 years in the business, and somebody gave me the best fucking, I'm still like, it hits me right here. It's so good. I'm the lethal accessory.
Oh my God.
If you've seen my character and you know how I dress and you know who I am, that is
Mm-hmm.
so fucking, because it immediately puts me in a purse or a bag. I need my lethal accessories right here. Ha, right? Like, and I'm carrying a fucking fan and it's a weapon and I was like, lethal accessory, trademarked, mine, right? Like, this is why Joey says, buy a thesaurus, look up different words. You may think one, and also another pro tip, don't try to be the smart guy with using the $5 word if you don't know what the $5 word really means. I've seen many people try to sound smart, try to sound eloquent by using specific words that make them seem smarter, and it's all in good intent. They're not trying to fool you, but you can tell immediately they don't know what the fuck that word actually means. They say it like they mean it. They know what it means. You think they know what it means because they say it confidently, but they don't fucking know. Don't use $5 words if you don't know what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
Don't. It's not worth it. Keep it simple. If you got to get the message across, get the message across. Nobody needs to start looking up fucking words in the dictionary if you think you're smarter than everybody in the room. If your character is the genius and your whole thing is using $5 words to talk above everybody in the room, great. That's
Just
your
know
character.
what they mean.
But don't try to, if you're big caveman guy and you're trying to use the word eloquently, it's going to come off so insincere and you don't probably even know what that means. And this is not to dog this person. This is just a recent example that I can pull from because it made no sense and nobody told him. So there is a guy that was in the first character class that I taught with Heather Monroe, and his name is Jefferson Alonzo Green. Goes by Jag. Great guy, full of character. I'd love to see him being a wrestling manager. I feel he has the gift of gab. He knows how to say words. He's confident in what he says. Great guy. One of the shining stars in the class. Problem is, he was using a word that it's almost like one of those words that somebody was like, I kept saying, has anybody ever told him? Has anybody ever pulled him aside and said, do you know what that word means? Because you're not using it right. It's almost like that meme of was it Princess Bride, where like, you're saying this word, but I don't think you know what it means. He kept saying people were prolific and gifted. Now that sounds he's prolific and gifted, this gentleman. He's very prolific and gifted. It sounds very confident. It sounds very $5 word. You're like, prolific, yes. But when you look up the word prolific, it's a describer of something. It's not a thing on its own. So if I say you're prolifically gifted, that means you are in abundance of gifts. You have a lot of, bye, Rhea. it means you have an abundance. You are overflowing with gifts and talent.
Right.
If I say you are prolifically talented, that means you have an abundance of talent. But he was using it where he was just saying, this man's very prolific. Prolific at what? You can't just be prolific on its own. You have to be prolifically something. He's prolifically talented at juggling tennis balls. Like, that's all. It's an abundance of, not a. So if I just called you prolific, that means, wow, that man's just an abundance. An abundance of what? I don't know what that means. So again, be careful of finding a word that you think is smart or it's, oh, this is clever. Because if you don't know what it means or you're not using it right, you look dumb. And
Right.
no one's going to tell you. Keep it simple, right?
Thank
Any
you,
other
Bob.
questions? Any other anythings? The world is yours. You guys got an extra hour and a half of training. How exciting is that?
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, okay, I guess, can I shoot a name your way and let me?
No.
Oh, wow. Okay.
See how
Well,
awful that is?
bye-bye.
See what,
I'll roll away.
See what yes ending? If you don't yes end, see how shitty that feels or how awful that is?
No,
Hey, can I do this? No. Like, it was like, yes, and tell me about this new name you've got, right?
So I listened to your story and I related to it because the name I've had that's been the working name so far is Malcolm Shiner, because Malcolm is after Mac Miller, who was like an amazing rapper, one of my favorite artists ever, somebody I look up to, and Shiner was my mother's maiden name of my late mother. And I think it's got a good roll to it. It sounds a little Jewishy, and I am Jewish. I think it sounds a little snarky, and I think it's managerial. But if you think it's too much, I mean, I just want to hear what you think.
Well, let me ask you the question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything wrong? Is there anything wrong with it?
I don't think so.
Do you find yourself calling yourself that because it flows and it's natural?
I believe so.
Then go with what you know, brother. In the interest of my own brain, don't overthink it. Sometimes it's just there.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just there. You don't have to run it through 14 strainers again. Like sometimes,
Right.
And again, maybe somebody's going to go, how about Shine Beck? Like somebody will just toss you an idea, not because they hate your idea. They may just go, Shiner, how about Shine, like, I don't know. I mean, and the other thing is too, is that you said it sounds a little Jewish. So what?
I'm just saying because like it's
Maxwell Jacob Friedman.
And that's the one too that everyone's like, oh, your name's Maxwell, you must like MJF, huh? And I'm like, oh well, you know, it's
not even about that, but like,
right.
literally,
No, I know.
Friedman.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, and again, in that level of love and fear, remove your doubts.
Mm-hmm.
What's the worst? What's the worst this is? How could somebody make fun of this name? If
Right.
somebody were to shit on, what was the first name? Mac Shiner? What was it?
Malcolm
Shiner, you piece. I'm going to shine your, like, it could be
right.
you. Listen, my last name is Body for a reason. It could be over my dead body, bodies, hard body, soft body. Well, like, there's so many ways to play with the word body. Like, body beautiful, body. Like, it's just Shiner. What's another word for a black eye? Is a shiner. I'll give you a shiner.
Yeah.
That could be your tagline. My wrestler is going to give you more than a shiner. Malcolm Shiner. Like,
mm-hmm.
And again, you are in play with the clay, mold it how you feel. If you want to start with that as a launching pad, if it feels great, it feels like a good, comfortable pair of jeans, wear them.
Okay.
The more you believe into it, the more you dive into your character, the more it's going to get molded and played with. If you keep changing it every 5 minutes, I mean, obviously there's a lack of confidence and definitely a big heaping serving of uncertainty. So maybe that's the reason why you need to change it. It's because you're waffling too much, right? But if you're like, no, this feels good. I'm gonna try this. Try it. Go
Okay.
for it. Because if you the earlier you can lock into yourself and feeling confident about what you're doing, the less question marks that are going to keep showing up later in your career. Right?
Makes sense. Yeah.
And maybe, and this could be a thing, maybe Malcolm Shiner starts year 1, year 2, doesn't really work. People aren't into it. So you change it, but you still have it.
Right.
Maybe year 7, somebody goes, I don't like your current managerial character. What else you got? Well, I have Malcolm Shiner. Well, who's that?
And you pull it out of your back pocket.
Bag of tricks, right? Like,
Okay.
I am absolutely married to Halston Body. Absolutely. Got the ring. We're committed. But maybe, and this is, again, perspective, and who knows, if you ask me what's going to happen a month from now, I couldn't tell you. I'm not a fortune teller. But let's just say Vince McMahon, Triple H, Trips, and I are in the office. Oh, tell me about this Halston Body guy. Right? And I'm like painting this amazing picture that, Halston's this and Halston's that. I'm committed and da-da-da. But they see something else. They're like, what if you were, H. Biddy or something? And I, of course, I'm a big fan of why to the what. You're not just going to slap something on me and not tell me why or give me something to work with. I need a little bit more than that. But let's just say they're like, we're going to change into James Johnson, and you're going to be this guy wearing a suit, and you have no flair, and you're a very stiff businessman, and we just need you to look very stiff and shave your beard down to a mustache, and you'd be very professional. Well, obviously money talks. So, I mean, if they're like, well, you're going to have a year contract at $100,000, I'm like, I'll be, don't be the shit stain for that money. I don't fucking care. Like, listen, but if, you gotta hold on to all these ideas because you never know when you're going to need them. So put it on a vision board. I didn't get on the great food truck race because I went a direct line and said, I'm going to make a food truck that does this and I'm on the show. It started as a cookie business, and then it eventually folded in and turned into a cookie food truck. And then they were like, well, you can't do cookies on the food truck race. What else you got? Well, on my vision board, I wrote wacky breakfast truck. Well, that turned into a waffle truck, and that turned into 3rd place on the great food truck race in the 3rd season. But that's not what I walked into the door with. I walked in the door with a cookie business that I was going to sell cookies.
Right. Okay.
Like
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Put it on the board, play with it, mold it, work with it. If it starts working, work with it more. If it's really taking off and people are chiming into it and it becomes something you can probably see branding yourself as, stick with it. Own it, because sometimes that's the energy people need. They don't want to see people like, I got this idea. And it's sort of, I don't really know. But if you're like, I'm Malcolm fucking, Shiner, start. That's how you start folding out the aspects of your character. You pick one thing and you start branching out from it. Halston Body didn't, it was leggings and loafers, and it still is loafers, but I'm like now finding like awesome lady pants that I'm wearing, and I'm finding other things to wear and jumpsuits and cool shit to wear. And it's not all just ladies tops. It's like asexual, fucking non-sexual caftans and like tunics that could be men or women's. It doesn't fucking matter. Who cares? I'm just wearing weird fucking shit because I feel good in it. And what's weird is that what the funny byproduct of being in wrestling and committing. Listen, I'm not at all into transvestitism, but I'm definitely gender fluid when it comes to clothing. I hate belts. I hate jeans. I hate pants. I'd rather wear loose fucking. Has anybody ever here, other than the lone female in the room, worn a pair of fucking women's leggings? Oh, they're so comfortable. It's like wearing the best snuggy fucking sweatpants that just, they don't rot. Oh, it's so nice. Right? Like, you never know what the byproduct of what your character is going to make you understand about yourself. It's a cyclical thing. It is something you're learning about your wrestling character, and your wrestling character is teaching you about you. Right? I don't remember Hyde being Hyde day one. But when Hyde showed up, turned my head, made me, oh, who's this fucking, the hair and the crazy, oh yes, right? You never know what personality aspect or character buy-in that draws people's attention. You never know. So in the interest of throwing it on the wall to see if it sticks, until this class is over, I absolutely implore everyone to just try it. Sure, try it. You're gonna talk yourself out of it because you're afraid it's gonna not work. You're gonna talk yourself out of it because you're not committed to it 100%. You're gonna talk yourself out of it because you're worried about the critique, and then someone's gonna think it's stupid, and you're worried about what your friend says in class or what your mom thinks about your promo. You got to get rid of that. You got to scrape that off with a fucking magic eraser out of your brain as fast as possible. Because the faster you can get out of fearless promo making and fearless attempts at trying to be some character and buying into creating your own storyline, the better you are going to be off. It's just going to happen. It's just going to be better. Hyde's already been wrestling. He's wrestled on TV. You were in that Rumble recently, right? You were doing the Joey Chaos gimmick, right? How did that feel, Hyde? I don't know, and you correct me if I'm wrong because I haven't followed your entire career trajectory. Was that the first time you were on TV?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I can only imagine, and you'll have to paint the in betweens for me. I've watched Hyde wrestle at Santino Brothers shows, at Up All Nights. Confident character. There's this guy and there's this animal. Right? I get it. I can understand that character, and I can understand how to mold it to make it something like singular instead of just general jungle angry guy and wild man. How to turn wild man Mark Marrow into something, right? So in the time I first seen Hyde, right? He's just this, young, fresh-faced guy. He's learning. He's still learning. But he's been in 2 of these character classes now. Hyde, how did it feel to not only walk out of a ramp that was being televised, but it was like, you're this character. I can only guess it was a bit freeing. Yes?
It was majestic. I could just say that. It was like, fuck, something out of this world. And it just filled me with happiness.
Right. And what I would, if I get to be the fatherly mentor of wrestling in this aspect, bottle that, return to that, pull it out when you need it. Because those moments, if you get bored getting out on that stage, if you get, God, I got to do this again. Oh, fuck, I got a 6-minute match. I'm tired and I don't fucking want to do this. That is what that bottled up energy and reserve is for. Because those moments may never come. That may be, I got to be real, that may be your only time ever on television. Could be. But I don't think it will be. Right? I don't think it will be, because why? You're going to keep showing up. You're going to want it. And I'll tell you what, this goes for everybody that's still left in the room. For Hyde, who's been around the block a few times, Osvaldo has been around, done a little bit of wrestling. Joey's still listening. He knows this feeling. In the scant 2.5 years that I've been working at Championship Wrestling from Hollywood, from just being a ring crew guy to show up just being an audience member, to ring crew, to sound, to the guy in the booth playing the music, to being the crowd guy, just making crowd sounds with the crowd, the piped in crowd music. In that period of time, I have seen wrestlers come and wrestlers go. I've seen people show up thinking they were the biggest, baddest motherfuckers in the world and they deserve a shot. And I've seen people come in unconfident and not sure what to do. And they both failed because they showed up once or twice, didn't get their shot that they thought they were expecting, or they didn't get what they came in the room expecting, or they had an ego, or it wasn't as fulfilling as they thought it was, and they have gone. I've not seen them since. They've escaped the wrestling landscape. They're not part of the Marvel universe anymore because they gave up on themselves, or didn't like what they saw, or didn't get this red carpet of come be part of this experience because you deserve it. We've heard all about you from the Wrestling Hollywood has spoken, and we all know. You got to show up. You got to keep showing 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 up. And you got to keep showing up. And you got to keep doing it. Because I guarantee you, and this is only based on experience and what I've watched with my own 2 eyes, people give up. They just give up by whatever influence or by whatever they bring to the table or take away from the table. And they just walk away from it because it's not where they want to be or they're not happy about it and blah, blah, blah. Which makes room for people like you and me who still want it and are still hungry and still are chasing that carrot at the end of the stick and aren't satisfied with what they've done and they want more and they're still learning and they're still hungry. There's a reason why I'm still in the business. There's a reason why I'm still getting booked on pay-per-views now. What the fuck? I'm on pay-per-views now? What? I'm not politicking. I'm not going backstage causing ruckuses and starting rumors. I'm not slicing people's throats. I'm not trying to make other people, shitting on other people to make myself look better. I'm showing up and being eager to work and helpful and wanting to, what do you need? Do you need help? What can I get you? How can I be of service to wrestling? And that is what is needed in this wrestling business because those people stick around. Those people keep getting booked. Those people keep getting talked about in locker rooms like, oh, that guy. Oh, what a ray of sunshine. The people that are assholes and the people that are not in it for the right reasons or have an ego stick out like a sore thumb. Oh, I already have shoot stories. I can't wait to tell in a podcast 20 years from now when they're waxing nostalgic about Halston Body and his Hall of Fame career. And they're like, tell us who you didn't like in the wrestling business. I go, whoo, I've written this down. Let me tell you some stories. Because, again, sometimes the way people act in this business is the lesson you need to learn what not to do.
Could I add something to that?
No. Yes, of course.
All right, then. Well, the 2 examples, like when I heard Brody King, he talked about his name, Brody King, and how people said, hey, that's a dumb name, dude. Don't call yourself that. And Brody was like, I don't fucking care. I like that name. That's what I want to portray out. And like now he's signed and he's like a big fucking name. And 2, Orange Cassidy. People probably told him that's the dumbest shit ever. It won't go over. He's fucking signed in AEW, main evented with Jericho. So try it out because you never know. Like, I like the name Malcolm Shiner, but it's up to you to make it work. And if the name's too difficult for people to learn, they're going to have to learn it because you're going to be so fucking up there. Like, dude, what's his name? I need to fucking remember his name.
First of all, it's unique. No one else is named, I don't know anybody else named Malcolm in wrestling. Right? Like Malcolm Avelli. Right? Like you can make it Malcolm Avelli. Like, I mean, what's your middle name? Avelli. Malcolm Avelli? What the fuck? Like, there's so many ways to play with it. But at the end of the day, that's the thing. It's like Orange Cassidy. Jim Cornette hates Orange Cassidy. Now, if Orange Cassidy went, well, I should really listen to Jim Cornette, and he's right. Do you think that would do him any good? No. Sure. Listen, I have been through the critique ringer. I've been through it. I have had close friends that I knew for 14 years shit on my dreams behind my back, and when called out to their face, they couldn't admit it, but they did it. They did not believe in me. They did not care about my dreams. They called my dreams a joke, and it crushed me. Now, flash forward, they are no longer my friends. They are not allowed to darken my doorway again. And it was a life lesson in caring too much about what other people's opinions are. Because who are you here to please, right? And it doesn't have to be fuck all the critics and fuck everybody. They don't know. They're all wrong. I'm right. It doesn't have to be black and white like that. You're allowed to take criticism with as much of grain of salt as you want. The people that get self-destructive in this industry are the ones who take the criticism way too personally and think it's a personal attack on their character, their fight, their story, their background, their existence. It's personal, and it's you don't know me, and man, you don't know where I've been, and it's all this. They get into their head, and that's humans do that. I did it when I was on 2 reality shows. I cared way too much about what the peanut gallery said about my fat ass. I did. I was like, let me see what they're saying online. Oh, be careful what you wish for, right? It affected me as a human being, and I didn't know how to deal with it back then. Now I know how to deal with it because I've been through the dumb parts of criticism, and now I know how to handle it and understand it and be grateful for it or dismiss it because it's just noise. You will understand what, I mean, I'll give credit where credit is due. Most people know how to decipher criticism versus just like, it's like giving perspective versus going, well, that sucks. Well, why does it suck? Well, it just does. Doesn't, okay, you just pat him on the head and okay, right? It's like Coke versus Pepsi. Well, Coke sucks. Why? Because I like Pepsi. Well, I can't win you. I'm not here to fight for that audience. You've already made up your mind walking in the door that you love Pepsi, so fuck my Coke, right? I don't give a shit, right? That's not the, famously, the band Kiss did that. They were rock and roll party pussy rock. And they were, yeah, let's ball chicks and rock and roll and party and yeah, rock and roll band. And the critics were like, fuck these guys. They're clowns, right? They just, all they do is talk about banging chicks and rock and roll and partying, yeah. And so they got in their heads because they were so popular, and they were like the #1 band in the Gallup poll of the world for 2 years straight. And they got in their heads that they had to please everybody. They did. They literally talk about it in their books, and I know the story because I followed them since day one. They got in their heads that they had to please everybody, including the critics that hated them. So they decided to be smart in 1980 and we're going to do a smart album that's going to be critical darling. It's called The Elder. It's a concept album. And we're going to be smart about it and include all these smart things that musicians should be doing. Like Pink Floyd, they're smart, right? Let's do what they do. That album is notoriously the worst Kiss album in the history and time and space, to the point where the band broke up over it. It was so bad. And it was so, we're trying to please these critics who hate us already. We're going to show them failure on impact. It was the worst thing ever. And I mean, I love the album because of what it is, but it's just like, go back to fucking rock, dude. Go back to talking about chicks and yeah, rocking and partying. That's this. This is what got you here. Stop trying to please these idiots who don't fucking care about you anyway. Right? If a band came out and was like, we're here to please the critics, we're going to play all the B-sides that they really like, the audience would leave because they want to hear the hits. Right? So, again, be aware of, tap into your audience and understand who you're there to please. If you don't have an audience, well, I mean, yeah, obviously please yourself, but at the same time, just keep throwing it out there. I honestly don't know who 3 years in the business, I realistically, don't know who my audience is. I don't have a specific target audience. Now, you could easily say, well, LGBTQ, right? Oh, yeah. But I haven't come out as Halston Body. My Halston Body is a sexless character at this point. There's no sexual relations between me and Heather. We're not dating. We're not a couple. I don't have a partner. I haven't inferred that I'm gay or straight or anything. Now, on paper, on surface, you're like, that, come on, queer boy, what is this, right? I'm a bearded lady wearing, fucking full face of makeup and, a caftan. Sure, on paper, you're already making up your mind in your head. You're like, oh, this guy's got to be gay. But am I? I haven't flirted with any men. I haven't talked about any sexuality whatsoever as my character ever. Even when I was with Dom, I never fawned over Dom. I was like, this guy's he's the hero in this story. And he's your, it was like, here's the presentation, but there's no sexuality to my character whatsoever. And that's part of my marketing genius, I guess, or my branding, is I'm purposefully letting the audience decide. Because if I just came out and said, I'm gay and I'm super gay and gay, and I'm here for men, and, right? If I was Sunny Kiss, it's blatant. Bye, Hyde. If it's Sunny Kiss, you're like, obviously, right? We got it. Ding, on the nose. But Halston Body is this mystical creature. I haven't given away any sexuality. And funny fact is, I might never do that, because in real talk, in real life, I'm asexual. I don't give a fuck about sex. Don't care. Not interested in flirting and trying to get up anybody's pants or skirt. And I don't care about parts. I don't care. Not into it. Sorry. So that plays into my character, because I'm presenting this over the top, right, flamboyant, crazy man, but at the same time, I'm not trying to flirt with anybody. Let the audience paint the picture for themselves. You don't have to make it, like you talk about Friedman, or your Shiner, right? Malcolm Shiner. You said it yourself. You're like, it's kind of Jewish. Well, don't give them that. Let them think it on their own if they want to. I'm telling you right now, not everybody is educated on Judaism and being Jewish, and not going to immediately go, Malcolm Shiner, he must be a Jew. Like, that's not the immediate reaction, and not everybody's that educated or whatever. So again, let the audience paint it for themselves, right? Maybe because you are actually Jewish, throw a shalakim and a shemakim in there, right? Throw a little bit of your, own who you are. This is part of owning who you are. Maxwell Jacob Friedman has very much owned his Jewishness, his Judaism as MJF. He's not hiding from it. He's not like, what? I'm not that. He's, it. And he's given a little bit of that away in his character, but it's not, I'm the Jewish Jew wrestler in Jewtown. Like, he's not trying to do that. But again, if it's referential, just enough for people to catch on, but it's not a direct.
It's not in your face.
It's not in your face. Again, I could be the gayest gay in Gaytown and queer it up and throw glitter at every fucking moment and be like trying to, drag it up and drag you. It's like, I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm not trying to pander directly to a gay audience who wants that. I'm like, right. I'm this enigma that I'm trying to my character, I'm purposely trying to lure people in to start asking, well, who's this all about? What's it all about? Right now, I'm just a spectacle. Right now, my character is just a shiny disco ball that has a voice, right? But I'm not, nobody can relate to me yet on a character as far as relationship, or I'm never going to be the pinup boy of hot or not, 16 hottest managers. I'm not trying to be sexy, right? But maybe it doesn't have to be physical sexy. It could be confidence. Sometimes people are just really confident. They may not have the look. They may not have the model face and the shiny teeth, because they're so confident. That's sexy to some people.
Here.
He's got confidence.
I'm probably going to my desk.
Does that make sense? That goes for women too. Women don't have to make sense. Women don't have to be just tits and ass to be sexy. Confidence is sexy. It doesn't always have to be a skin show, men or women, right? Sometimes certain aspects of people. I mean, I can only speak this from just visual. Sometimes a guy in a really good suit is sexy. He's not showing chest. He's not abs. He's not arms. He's not tan. He's not teeth. He's just really well dressed. Same with a woman, right? Really hot, full gown, and it looks amazing, and it fits right, and it curves, but it's not, here's my jugs, and yeah, sex. Yeah. It doesn't have to be that way. So think about it. Your character there's all these facets that can play into your character that, I will say this, it's funny to watch. I'll talk about this in the next class. It's be careful of cultural phenomenons to latch onto as a character. The reason why is because you're not the only person watching TV or movies. So if a show like Breaking Bad or a movie like The Joker hits, there's going to be a million Heisenbergs and a million Joker characters out there in wrestling. I saw it when the Joker movie came out or when The Purge came out. I saw a flurry of those Purge masks, and I saw all these people trying to be Jokers. All these young wrestlers suddenly becoming these sullen, emotional comedian Joker types. I was like, you're too young. You don't know what that means. You're just trying to be the Joker. You're not really, you don't get the grit behind that veneer. So you got to be careful about that. That's why I'm saying tap into your own character, because you're a unique human being with nuances and things of your own. You don't have to be the next this or the next that, or I'm going to be a better Joker than Heath Ledger. You don't have to be that. You could be the weirdest, better version of you that is unique in its own way. Right?
That's actually very insightful. Like
Right.
I know I had to turn my camera off. I didn't want to.
It's fine. You're good.
But
you don't have to all stare at me.
But I do appreciate it though. Like it gives me some soul searching I need to do.
Some perspective.
Some perspective.
The magical P word, perspective.
Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, realistically, again, the world is yours. This is a big drawing board of ideas. You please, if you feel the urge, do not knock it out of your hand. It's way too early for that. Try it. Everybody, try it. Because remember, you're doing it for an audience. You may hate it. You may, this feels weird. I don't know. But somebody might go, oh, wait, you said something there, and I love what you said there. Work with that. Go with that. I love that. A part of that is this, and da-da-da-da-da-da. Because you're doing it in an echo chamber for yourself. But when you put it in front of a crowd of people, somebody might go, wait a minute, what was that thing you did? I love when you made that eye thing, and you made the eye look like. You never know. You never know. You never know.
All right.
Guys,
Thank you, Bob.
I've got to go. I am overdue. But
Thanks for the extra class.
I'm
the
here
extra
for you
advice.
guys. That's the point. Get your promos in by Wednesday at noon. We will see you Wednesday. If you have any questions, reach out to me on Facebook, Instagram, anywhere. You'll find me, Halston Body. Find me.
Thank you, Kevin.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Bye.